Hello everybody and welcome to the GRG, the Good Racing Group's 4 hours of Silverstone Summer Endurance Championship. This is round 1. The summer is just getting underway It is a beautiful sunny day here in Silverstone as we are joined by 11 cars so far. 13 are registered for this event. A couple of people not showing up, leaving their teammates high and dry, running this endurance solamente. But we'll see what they're capable of doing and what the punishment will be from the staff after the race, or if the punishment will simply be having to do it by themselves for 4 grueling hours and maintain their alertness and their pace for that time. That'll be a challenge in of its own, as well as the track conditions. It looks like it might be a little warmer than we expected, so expect some tire degradation to come into play. Some of these cars getting a little squirrelier than others. Maybe the Audi having a more difficult time, depending on how much understeer is available there. I do want to take a couple minutes to look at the grid and to look at the drivers that we have, because I am getting familiar with these people and this grid of cars. So let's get familiar together. As we're staring at someone who's a Valentino fan, obviously. In the number 46, this looks like Andrew Shaw in the 44, but liveried 46 for Valentino Rossi, the Skechers Audi. Audi Evo 2, I'm going to presume. The car with more understeer than you know what to do with. The car that you just have to be patient with, as far as I was comfortable with that vehicle. Your mileage may vary, your results may vary. Times are already being set with Matt Neal in the 200, the 58.2 visually taking pole. Ruzemov in the number 22 with a 159.335. Looks like he can probably do better than that. Slonar with a 59, and everybody else with 2 minutes or above further back. I'm excited because I did see in practice that the people that were out on track were actually quite similar in pace. So I think there's definitely going to be 2 or 3 packs of people that are just going to kind of be battling it out continuously, as the race goes on. As we're looking at Ruzemov right now in the off-pace racing 22, this is a really nice car. I really like this livery. It's got some Red Bulls on it. It's got the Red Bull style colors on it. On board with someone else. Corey Griffin. See if we can get a look at what Corey's driving, as he's in a custom livery car as well. The 98 Simcast, the Sim Racing podcast car. That looks like a custom livery, maybe? I might be wrong. I don't know. The Simcast, the Sim Racing podcast. It looks too professional to be a custom livery. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that right now. If you feel differently, let me know. I'm gonna disagree. Yes, thank you very much, Aiden. Yes, the title does say the 4 hours of Imola, but hopefully it's actually been changed. Thank you for saying that. I think you and me both have messaged the right people to get that changed, and in a way it has been. As Corey Griffin is still in 10th place in 201.592. Oh, excuse me, he's still on that same lap as these tracks are still, or not still, but are 2 minutes long. Laps. Blech. It sounds like I need to go start my second cup of coffee, because my words are turning into word vomit, as the thoughts in my head cannot be processed into actual tangible sentences. Ooh, that Audi squirrely rear. That's an interesting setup. Not something I would have expected to see, to be honest. But a car that looks like that. And as I keep saying, I want to look at the cars and look at the grid and talk about the people that are here. We don't do that. So here we go, as we're going to stick on board with the 98. Insert name is the team name, apparently. And we got Corey Griffith and Will Bruner in the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. So that, I don't think that is a custom livery. I think that's just going to be a stock one that they have picked up then. And their team name is Insert Name. Interesting. Interesting, Corey and Will. Griffith and Bruner, I should say. I like it, and I like it a lot. As we go over to the 200, and this is Matt Neal and Alex Hode. They're driving the BMW M4 GT3, and their team name is the 200Q Motorsports, and the Final First Motor Oils car. But I think they're definitely going for the 200 IQ plays with the team name in this race. Oh, that is absolutely comical. This is going to be one hell of a time. Let's keep going through the grid. And who is this purple and gold bad boy with the beautiful roof livery, or beautiful rainbow livery top? That is gorgeous. And I know the dog. Where's that dog from? For goodness sake. Gosh darn it. Where is that dog from? I can't put my finger on it for the life of me right now. I know it's from something. I'm gonna look it up. Cartoon Dogs, Cartoon Network, I think. I don't know what I have to look up, but I'll find it. Number 13. They're in the Predis RT. So that's Carlos Garcia and Javier Fernandez in the number 13 Peretes RT car. Javier and Carlos. Beautiful livery. I didn't notice their names on the door until just a second ago. God, look at the gold rims with the purple trim, and look at the bumper. Hold on, folks. Hold on. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Where is the bumper? Where's the chase cam? Oh, look at that. Wacky races on the bumper. Oh, come on. What's the tail saying? I'm sorry, folks. This is not professional at all. We're at this. God, this is a beautiful car. I'm so sorry. We're going to get back to a real camera now. I hope we see a lot of this guy. As Carlos Garcia is in 7th place and is about a 10th back from Bauer up ahead. So that could be spicy for the race. And actually, like I said earlier, this pack of pretty much from the 33 of Wellick, Keyshawn Hall, Bauer, Garcia, like all those guys are within about 2/10 of each other on their best laps at least. So if that's any indication of where they're going to be out on track, it's going to be close to each other. And then maybe Shaw will be caught out in limbo land possibly between Salner and the pack of Welnick and Griffith behind. And then it looks like Neil, Ruzumov, and maybe Salner might fight towards the front, and Salner actually just set a lap, I think, went faster than before, and is now up ahead with the front pack. Ruzumov still in the pits, though, so I'm going to trigger this to go back to do its job for me. Matt Neal, wow, 57.912. That's fast. Watch out. My goodness, lightning fast. We're on board with Wellick again. Nope, that's Fina first. It's Matt Neal, I'm sorry. Getting all sorts of backwards. I like that livery too. I'm sure this is a stock livery for Wellick. Going with a driver, sim racer, excuse me, sitting there with his outline drawn on the door. It's been a while since I've driven ACC, so forgive me for not knowing or not seeing all these in a while. As Wellick's in 5th place right now, 2/10 back from Shaw ahead in the 44. Plenty of Beamers out here. If you're a German fan, welcome to the crowd. Mostly Beamers. 1, 2, pick a few, up to 5. 2 Audis. And there, get up and goes. Who was that and what was that? It's a big noise. Just follow. It's so tiny I can barely see it. I'm gonna have to set that alert box quite bigger. Big. Ah! Doesn't want to move. Gonna make that thing nice and big so I can see it from a mile away next time. But thank you for the follow or the biddies or the titties or whatever you did drop. I'm sorry. Use the language. But yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good time watching the GRG 4 hours of Silverstone. We're still getting underway. If you're just getting to us, I think Shaw has unleashed the beast. Excuse me, that's not Shaw, that's Salner who's unleashed the beast, and Rusumov as well, keeping up the pace. Salner has heard me singing his praises and has gone off track and has warped back to the pits. He's tired of that. Or maybe he wants to go back and get some tires and try to get something done to the car, change the setup a little bit, or at least get some fuel out. There's 7 minutes remaining. He might want to drop into the 158 barrier. At least give Matt Neal a run for his money, as he seems to be running away with it in the 57s now. Keyshawn is getting to an outlap right now. He's getting on his way. As we have Wellick going slow somewhere on track, and the 22 gets by. Why are there 2 of those cars out there, the 13 and the 14? That's awfully weird. One of those cars is going to have to get dropped from the... Well, as long as the 14 hasn't left the pits, they should be alright. I just don't want to have any problems with the server once that driver tries to log back in and do their driver swap. Hopefully they're aware of something like that. Let me see if I can change that. Sorry, folks, getting back to it. Just taking a look at what everybody's doing out here on track right now. Everybody's kind of just moseying about. Corey Griffin's trying to go for a hot one, but he's down right now. Andrew Shaw's going to go for one. Shaw is just sending it through Megas and Beckett's. Andrew's 2/10 up right now. He is staying on it. Shaw is pushing, trying to hold on to that time he had, but not quite able to do so. Let's go over to Bauer. See what he's doing. That's going to bump him up to 5th place. Hell of a lap, Bauer. Good on you. Holy Toledo indeed, as Shaw's now back to doing this something crazy. Oh, as he gives up a little bit of time back, unfortunately. There. I don't think he's going to have it in him. Relic also losing a little bit of time, not being able to go any faster. One more lap, I think, for the guys who are out right now, but provisionally, I think Matt Neal is going to walk away with it. Shaw not going to be able to do any better, and he's going to pull over and call that a day, I think, because he won't be able to get out and set another lap with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining by the time I get the words out of my mouth. Coy Griffith, no. He's done 2 now. Back to the pits. Keyshawn, what are you up to, pal? Are you going to go through Magnus and Beckett's as hard as you can trying to set another lap? He's trying to, but let's see if he's on pace to do any better than a 2-minute flat. Let's do this last time around. 2 minutes. I know he can do better than that, and he feels he can do better than that. In a car that he may not have chosen for himself. Now he's stuck with, as well as his 2 cents up, going to the start of their lap. No, he loses it on the way to farm and doesn't make it to village Oh no. That'll be it for Keyshawn. A disappointing P7 for him. And let's see who else is out there. Bauer's still out, but I don't know if he's still on one. Actually, he is, but 2/10 slower than he is. Last lap of the 206, and he just snuck one in before the line. Doesn't have a checkered flag yet. They got a half second. He tries to get to the line. I don't think there's enough working with the love to work. Let's see. Not bad was the previous. Nope. Loses it on the entry of Brooklands. Doesn't get to Love Field before he gets to the line to finish this lap, and that'll be it, folks. Let's look at the grid that we're going to have set for us going forward. We have the 200 with Matt Neal setting the fastest lap with a 157, as all my data just disappears from me. Fantastic. Let's see if I've got it hidden somewhere. Speed, nope. Track map, nope. As my lap times have disappeared from me, I apologize, folks. We have Rusimov in the 2-2, that beautiful pork, on P2. See if we can do this, actually. You're just going to cruise around. Talk about the grid. So we've got Matt Neal in the 200 who set that beautiful pole position lap for us. We have Rusimov in the 2-2, beautiful pork, off to my right. Their left is going to be on the outside of T1. Let's see if that porky pork's going to have enough oink oink in it to try to get around the outside of T1. And we all know what Christian Horner says about cops. You don't stick a wheel in or try to make a move there, but who knows what's going to happen. As we keep on going back, we have David Salner in the 63, the beautiful baby blue Beamer. That kind of just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? And then we got Sabo, I believe. Take a little peek at the door. And the number 46, I'm not sure if that's right. We have the 63. Nope, that's Taylor Williams in the 44 to my right. Driver's left again in the Valentino Rossi liveried car. Off to the left, we have another Beamer in the 100. That's Gurgely. I'm going with Gurgely. Sabo Gurgely. In the 100, in P5. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Sander Tooth in the 33 on the outside of this grid slot. In the McLaren 720 in the outlined car. And then going to a Lambo. I think we all know who this is. The crowd favorite, Keyshawn. In the crowd favorite 26, but he's got Akoral in the car right now, so I think Keyshawn's partner hath returned, and we might see a two-driver setup for him and no penalties applied. And then back to the number 13, Carlos Garcia in the 13, the purple and gold. We love this car. I think we're going to be rooting for him all race long, but I'm still curious about the 14 behind him. And Alain Gonzalez. They're obviously not teammates. Maybe that's just a team car that they're going for, a dual or similar, identical livery team car setup. They just happen to be same place, same time. Sequential livery numbers. As we're escaping, we missed talking about Alain Gonzalez 14 and Ruben Lozano in the 88 in the back of the field. And I'm sorry, and I don't mean to take away from your guys' accomplishments. We do got to get away to the formation lap and talk about what's going to be going on here. And I do want to talk about the track just a little bit, so let's get on board with one of our leaders, and they can kind of escort us through some of this track. Here we are. We are on board with Matt Neal now in the 200 as as he has taken us through Comps and into Maggots and Beckett's, the left, right, left. Maggots and Beckett's is very technical, very fast, but you gotta be patient with it also. It's a very high speed section, so if you try to anticipate where you're supposed to be on throttle a little too early, you could be catching yourself lifting on a straight where you should be carrying your maximum speed right here on the hanger straight. And as you approach this, there's a little bump in the track. You know, as you're coming down here towards the left-hand side, right around here, right when you pass this sign is, of course, Neil's gonna drive right past the bump and avoid it so you don't get to see it. But he avoids the bump or drives right around it as we go through Stowe here. And under Vale, a little kink back to the left as you stare at the clubhouse section. To club we go. Club, left, right, chicane, where it kind of opens up on you. A little deceiving because the corner opens up and into another right-hander. You want to be on the gas, but you drift out to the curbing and onto the green stuff you go, and you're going to lose quite a bit of traction. Here we are on the Hamilton straight, right in front of the oval start for the straight. And clubhouse section, Abbey being an absolute ascendant section of the track where you're going to eat it almost at full throttle. A little blip off at the start of the curve, excuse me, at the end of the curbing on the left-hand side of the track as you make your way through Abbey and into Farm and Village and the Loop. Go. And the loop is a left that leads into another left, similarly to the way that Club is the double right-hander. Onto the Hamilton Straight, and here we are onto the Wellington Straight. A stuffed piece of bread with a piece of meat thrown inside, apparently. I don't see any meat or bread, although I am a hungry hippo right now. Got a little bit of breakfast in me, and I gotta go get that cup of coffee I talked about earlier, but we're gonna wait till after the race starts, obviously. Brooklands we go, one of my favorite corners on the track, and the favorite way to finish off the track. A long, deep left-hander where you want to get kind of pushed out to where Alex is, but not too far out, and then another deep right-hander that sets you up for this straight onto the front. As he parks it, lights up the rears to get a lot of heat into the tires right now. We want to get a good view of the action here. And into Cops we go. The flag is green, and the 22 loses out for sure. Ruzimov drops back, but is able to stay in there, but the 46 is going hamburgers. Excuse me, the 44, excuse me, and that Beamer going ham side by side. Salner and Shaw, absolutely no reservations, that's for sure, as they yeeted it into each other. Maybe not knowing that this is a 4-hour endurance race, they could be a little bit more patient with each other, but apparently not. Apparently not, as things seem to have settled down a little bit right now. Thank goodness. I'm not sure if I could have handled much more excitement if the race was getting just underway. Gaps are tight as the 44 is losing out again. Let's see what's going on here. This guy is wild. Down front, right, front, down, front, left, right, center. The 44 makes a dive. Oh no, it takes out the 22. Oh no, that's not legitimate. Into village we go, and the 22 loses out dramatically, dropping down the order. Where's Rusumov going to be able to pick up the pieces at the end of the day? I don't know. He's back in 9th place, but is he going again? Yes? No? Maybe so. Barney got shot by a G.I. Joe. He's back in 11th place now. As Salinger's now had an incident as well. Yellow flags are out, slowing down the pack. Into Brooklyn's, it looks like, him having an incident. That's definitely going to be points applied, I believe, for that car. For the 44, Shaw. Definitely the sword to Rusumov, who was just minding his own business, unfortunately. But that's the way racing goes. Accidents happen, things happen, and the fight must go on. And away we go. The race is still on. Get back to the gaps and see. Elaine has an incident stuck in the gravel. I believe that's at Cops. No, that's Maggots and Beckett. And out he comes in front of our boy Rusumov and Lozano. Let's see if he's going to put up a fight through Abby. I think not. Smartly so. Excuse me, through Stowe. What's going on with Keyshawn? Keyshawn's made his way up to 3rd for all this madness. And let's see if he's going to make an opportunistic lead in 63. Abby, no, not quite yet. Takes a look through Village. Might want to get it done, but no, it's going to be on the outside of the loop. Maybe he's going to go for a sweep track through entry. Not quite. He definitely has got to run. Maybe he's going to get it done in Brooklyn's. Keyshawn is absolutely making this happen. What is going on? This Huracan GT3 is showing up out of nowhere. From all the way back in the grid, making his way downtown, walking fast, and putting up a fight with Salner for P2. Well, definitely the accident between Shaw and Rusumov giving Keyshawn the benefit here, allowing him to put up a good fight with Salner for now. Let's see how patient Keyshawn's going to be with this fight. Keyshawn has to remember that this is going to be a 4-hour battle. He's got to be quite patient. Oh no, as Elaine and Shaw go at it. Oh, Keyshawn tries to go for the move on Selene, and he is able to get it done, but the switchback coming back to Keyshawn now. Where are we? Into club, it looks like, and Keyshawn has got it secure. Beautiful move, my man. Beauty is and beauty does, and who is that behind? That's Garcia threatening Wellick. Only 4/10 back there. This is a spicy race, but what is Keyshawn going to do when he's 6 seconds back from Alex Hold up ahead with the fastest lap? Who knows if he's going to have the pace to make anything happen as the race goes on. 59.9 is the best for Keyshawn hasn't set a valid one yet. He's had a few wrecks and bumps maybe to possibly get that interrupted from setting one. Ooh, and that 14 has seen some better days. That's Elaine Gonzalez with a nose that looks quite broken, and his compatriot in 8th place, Christian Bauer, having a similarly shaped square nose also. Not sure if those two are related. I don't see how those two come into each other nose to nose, but possibly having similar incidences and having those hoods pop up just a little bit more than they should. Ruben Lozano in 10th, close behind, but what happened to Ruzumov? Did he pit? He sure did, that cheeky guy. So Ruzumov has taken the early pit now. He stopped for only 21 seconds, it looks like. So maybe only taking fuel and damage and moving on. So he's trying to extend this stint for as long as he can, since he probably knows he had to chop up a shorty anyways, if that makes sense to you guys following at home. Let's see who else is out here setting laps. David Salner is setting the fastest personal for himself. Let's see if he can do anything better than a 2:02. Getting chased down by our man Corey Griffith. Griffith is only 1.2 seconds back, but that's because Corey Griffith is 2 seconds faster than his personal best. So he's finally getting in the groove of this. As we're 3 laps in, people are finally getting used to the fuel load adjustment that they had to make from the quality to the race. True form being shown and set now. As Christian Bauer's finally getting into setting some steams as well. Ooh, yeah, and Elaine Gonzalez into the pit, surprise, surprise. But number 14 having seen better days for that nose. Definitely in now. Corey Griffith losing out a bit of time on that lap now, but that's only because he's running the back of Carlos Garcia now, and I think is being held up because of the visual impairment of staring through someone's line in front. So you might be able to get a better look at what Griffith is looking at now. Maybe if I can snap. I like this F6 cockpit view. Give you a nice wide angle of what our man is looking at Corey ahead right now. And let's see if Ruzumov, yes, Ruzumov, if you're keeping track at home, has made the position up on Gonzalez. But where's Corey Griffith going? Around. Oh no, Corey Griffith losing out to Andrew Shaw now by going a little wide there. Off-track excursion. I was rooting for you, Corey. I wanted you to make the move onto Carlos Garcia, but now I want to see you get the move back done on Andrew Shaw and again onto Garcia. Don't have to get it done right now, let's say, because this is 3 hours and 49 minutes remaining. We're only 10 minutes into this race. 2 drivers have already made it into a pits. We've already seen our dive bomb of the day, I believe. No offense. No offense to my man. And I'm going to restart the stream. I see it stuttering quite a bit. I'm going to change the bit rate. Stand by, folks. I apologize. Hold on, let's try this. Let's try this first. Before I kill everything, let's try this. I'll try to shut a few things. I Has the registered Lexus joined after qualifying, or is it still lost? I believe there are no Lexuses on the grid today. We can confirm that with a little shake and bake. There are no Lexis out on the track today, unfortunately. Just the Bimmers, the Audis, 2 random Lamborghinis, and the Lonely Porsche. Oh, and the Lonely McLaren. Posted by Love. Where is my man Corey Griffith in the 98? That's all I need to know. He is 1.3 seconds back from Andrew Shaw, and we've got a little menage a trois, 3-way battle going here. As Shaw is only 0.3 back on Garcia. Let's see if this has the same results as what happened to Griffith as he makes a move, a look on the inside of Maggots and Beckett's, trying to get a better exit onto the straight, and maybe he does. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I'm going to have to change my bitrate settings. I'm pretty sure this is getting bad and stuttery. Oh, the move was already done. God damn it, by Shaw into Garcia. And I missed it because I was trying to mess with the encoder settings. I was such a moron. Let's see what's going on with Griffith and Garcia at least before I miss that too. Griffith, Shaw, Garcia, all within about a second of each other. A little more now, a little less then. Keyshawn Hall jumps into the pits as these guys all get their positions back real quick. That's a lot of shaking and baking going on as the pit strategies are now out, and Garcia goes sideways through Maggots and Beckett's, and that forces our boy Corey Griffith up, but he's off in sympathy or avoidance, I think. And that's the end of that battle as the gap has opened up between the two of them to about 5 seconds now. As that was a fatal make for Garcia, and I don't think he's going to get that time back up right now. Keyshawn Hall is now out and is ahead of Ruzumov, is to be expected. But by how much is the question? Oh, by considerable amount. I don't think that's going to be a question or a debate of where they come out together. Keyshawn having the move done, I think, on Ruzumov, and Ruzumov getting another move, Hall getting a move done on Lozano there, as Lozano has a moment through Maggots and Beckett's, it seemed, and he's still having a moment on the straight behind Keyshawn there. And I am going to try to restart the stream. I apologize for the issues, folks, but we're going to try to get this buffering issue sorted out. I'll be right back as we have a break in the action. Stand by. Well, I haven't gotten the error again. I haven't got the error again. God damn it. I haven't got the error, so I'm not sure if I need to leave again or not. golly, I know it's going to happen again. I want to fix it, but I also just want to keep on trekking for now. If it becomes unbearable, please let me know. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to manage with the issue for now. Might be okay for just a second. Might be. Hey, Pleb, thanks for the follow. As if I don't know where that came from. You've joined us at a moment of lullness. Things have just settled down. Uh-oh. We lost audio. Oh, there we go. Nope, we're fine. I'm a silly goose. Came at a moment of lullness, I should say, as we saw a heated battle between Shaw, Griffith, and Garcia. The 44, the 98, and the 13. Ending unfortunately as we saw Garcia go off into maggots and Beckett as the 22 looks to make a move at the end of the straight. Oh my goodness. Holy Toledo. And into Abbey we go. Excuse me. Into Stowe we go for the 22. That's Ruzumov trying to make his way back through after a disastrous incident at turn 2. Excuse me. At the village corner. On lap 2, might be able to actually get a replay of that. Maybe. Oh, I don't think we can see that, actually. Oh, no. So we're back on watching Ruben Lozano right now. Back up to Alex Hode, who is stomping away with this lead. 159.262 is his best, but his last only being a 2-minute flat. So he's managing his pace quite well and keeping that gap solidified to 15 seconds. Alex sharing that car with Matt Neal so far. Matt not in the server yet. Let's see if Alex is going to drive this one to the finish himself. Hopefully not. Not a lot of teammates in yet. Maybe they're looking to split this down the middle 50-50 style and wait closer to the 2-hour mark before making their driver swaps. Seems plausible. As Ruzumov has had another incident, but is backwards on track. Let's see if he can get back going again. This has not been Ruzumov's night. Going from P2 to the back of the field to 11th, and only having a position made now on Elaine Gonzalez, who had a series of unfortunate events. And this pork has seen better days and may need to go back to the farm for repairs. Or maybe a classic plebeian car wash to get some of these scuff marks off. Yep, that's about right. Ruzumov might need to go to the car wash indeed. The power-up stuff to go away, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't have it up on my phone that I'm watching on, so I apologize for that. Back on board to the battle of the 13 of Carlos Garcia, duking it out with Shaw. We saw this a while ago, and we're getting back to it. And Corey Griffith has somehow made up positions. What happened to Corey? How did he get ahead? Let me get back to something Corey Griffith is now ahead of. these two guys. I must be inhaling glue or something, because I don't know how I could have missed that. He got the move done on Shaw, and then how did Garcia get past Shaw also? I'm just, yeah, I'm losing it. I'm losing it, folks. I don't know how I could have missed that. Yeah, and we're trying to figure out if it's a bitrate thing or if it's, I think it might be a frame rate issue. Not quite sure. Let me go ahead and stop the stream and start again and fix the bitrate issue. Stand by. Be right back. Back at it, I hope. No, I don't see it in game. Not at all. Oh my goodness, Shaw is right behind Garcia again. On our way to club we go. Will it be a sandwich? No! Towards the outside. That was Maggots and Beckett's. I'm sorry. And here we go onto the straight. On our way to Stowe. Maybe in the bag. It is! As Garcia doesn't want to put up a fight that time around. That's gonna be a move done. Andrew Shaw getting it done well, wouldn't call it the easy way. As we got Alex Hode, who just lapped the 14 of Elaine Gonzalez. Back to the Shaw Garcia combat, as this is turned back upside down, as Shaw's giving it back up. To Garcia, and this isn't going to help their chances to catch back up to Corey Griffith, who's now about 3 seconds ahead up the road. Andrew Shaw still not giving up. This will be a battle that lasts us the entirety of this 4 hours, and I'm not going to complain about it, that's for sure. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of accidents and collisions. A lot of people have actually lapped multiple times. as Lozano has another moment. Back to the Shaw Garcia battle here at Cops, I believe. Nope, that's not Cops. That's Abbey. Farm curve we are. God, no, that's Maggots and Beckett's. My goodness, I had it right the first time. I definitely think the Beamer has it better off through Maggots and Beckett's, as I haven't seen the Audi really threatening on the exit. And as I say that, here it happens. The Audi is threatening behind the big butt of that Beamer. And to the inside we go, maybe, and here it is so. Club, yes, the move has been secured, but can we hold on for the duration this time, Andrew Shaw? Please make it so. As that Beamer is pushing to the limits of the track to try to keep it on. Yeah, and actually, Rachanov has subbed in for, I believe, let me get the name right. Spotter guide. Rusimov has been subbed out for Rachanov, as that was a 23-second pit stop there to get that done. And get the driver swapped out, as I'm sure Rusimov has had enough of this for now and is not quite in the mood for a recovery drive for the second time around. And hopefully that'll get them going in the right direction for the rest of this 3 hours and 30 minutes we have left going forward. Back to the action now, as I have my cup of coffee. You should find out via their Discord. I believe they are doing an endurance with the new track, if I'm not mistaken, next month. Take a look at the calendar and we'll find out. I believe there should be a command that will drop the @Discord to get at us. Please let me know if the streaming issue has been fixed or not. I'd love to know for sure if that's been fixed now. Oh, and our man Corey Griffith has now been hunted down by Andrew Shaw, unfortunately. My boy Corey Griffin, man, oh man. Making his way through the grid, but not making any mistakes, and gotten up to 4th place now, but as soon as Shaw and Garcia stopped duking it out, blow for blow, lap for lap, that has allowed him to set some laps that he has seen fit. Corey only with the 2:02.9s. Andrew Shaw setting a 2:01.9 that last lap around, specifically allowing him to be in this position to threaten at Abbey, but knows better than to try to make a move happen there as they approach the farm curve. Really try to get it to go there. I know he tried this on the Beamer before, but didn't make it happen. And no, Corey holds him off, goes to the inside of the loop to hold him off, but can he get him off onto the Wellington straight and hold him off into Brooklyn? So yes is the answer for now. As these equally matched vehicles are trying to do quite different things for the same corner of the track. We watch Corey go deep on the brakes, missing the second apex of Brooklyn's, but tucking it in tight for Lovefield, securing the real estate that Shaw needed to get to. We get down to the main straight. Let's see what's going to happen at Cobb's. I don't think any. I think Shaw knows better. He's going to be patient. 2/10. Back closing the gap down, carries so much more speed through there. Knows he's faster, but holds off on making the move. Into Maggots and Beckett's we go. The gap is surmounted. Corey is getting a little squirrely. Maybe emotions getting to the better of him as he's getting nervous and touching some dirt and grass. He's trying to push to stay ahead right now. His lead for now, and he's able to recover his breath, but not for long, as the gap has come down again, and into the club we go, and off the track goes Shaw as he tries to make an opportunistic move that wasn't able to actually stick. And good heads up driving by Corey Griffin to know to get on the brakes early, let Shaw at it, and drive himself right off the track. Great driving from these guys, and nobody tell me otherwise that Corey Griffith doesn't deserve to be in P4. That driving right there showed that he does. All this battling has ensued. Carlos Garcia in 6th place to close down the gap on Andrew Shaw. That incident alone slowing them down considerably. 3 seconds now. That gap on Carlos Garcia in 6th has now come down to about 2 seconds. Garcia is now going to be able to get his way back into this three-way battle that we know and love, as we've snapped over to Christian Bauer, who's driving off by himself. Thank you, AutoCam, for doing absolutely nothing for us this time around. As Andrew Shaw and Corey Griffith are going back at it, and he wants to make a look at Cops, but thinks better of it. No, maybe just trying to force Corey into a mistake, as Corey does make a mistake, runs wide and onto the green stuff. That's going to compromise his speed going into Maggots and Beckett's now. But too much of that out of you, Shaw, and you're going to slow Griffith down enough, and he's going to hold you up right in the clutches of Garcia. So let's be tactful with this, brother. I know you've got the pace, and I know you want to make the move, but you got to be patient. Carlos isn't cashing as you guys sit right now, but he's not going to be patient. He's not listening to my advice. And into Stowe again. No, as Corey Griffith's got the inside. Can he hold him off? Holds the line on the inside, but drifts wide into Shaw. And Shaw keeps it collected and drives off into the sunset. And Corey Griffith is able to get it collected somewhat, but is now in the clutches of Carlos Garcia and is off into club. Nope, he's able to keep it down and collect it. Good on ya. But you know he's going to be frustrated with that, because he was trying to just hold on to the racing line, but drifted just a tiny bit wide. And unfortunately, Andrew Shaw was closing that gap down and trying to come across, and the two just collided. I'm going to call that a racing incident as far as I'm concerned, but this is just a spectator's point of view. Stewards will have their way with the replays after this, as we are approaching the 40-minute mark here. 3 minutes left to go before that random obscure time frame or tally mark comes across my desk. And yeah, you're not wrong, and I'm in agreement with you for a small grid as we're seeing, this is very, very nice. And this is what we're looking at. Keyshawn Hall trying to get a move done on the Bowman Bauer. Let's see how this is going to play out. And I'm curious about the pit stops, because this isn't going to be a blue flag scenario. This is going to be for position on field. But I am curious about the pit stops. So Bauer has not, and Keyshawn has. So damage repaired, tires taken presumably, as Keyshawn had a 27.3 second pit stop. So as he's going to try to make this move on Bauer tactfully and cleanly to ensure that he doesn't get more damage and have to go back to the pit lane. He makes his way through the field in this nice little Lambo. 2/10 back through Cops they go. The keeper's going awfully slow, it feels like. That hood just flailing around in the wind like a sail sometimes, it looks like, as Keyshawn makes his way on the outside of the entrance of Maggots and Beckett's. What was that? That's not a place I thought you could make a move like that happen. Bauer must have been complicit in that conversation and let off the throttle, because having the inside line of Maggots and Beckett is pretty much a straight shot. But he, like he said, must have been complicit. He gives a little flashy to Keyshawn. Must have not been too happy about that move. Must not have been too happy about that. May have not thought that that was going to be legitimate, or as legitimate as we saw it to be. My goodness. Let's see if we can grab Keyshawn in the commentary booth for a second. Keyshawn, my man, you got a second to talk?
What's up?
Making your way downtown, walking fast. You've got just past the 100 of Christian Bauer. Gave you a little flashy there.
Bit a bit.
Yeah, you made that move happen on the outside of Maggots and Beckett's. I didn't think that was a place to make it happen.
Everywhere's a place.
Everywhere's a place to make it happen, as long as you got the pace, huh?
Yep.
My goodness.
Now I just gotta find another 20 seconds.
How's your race going so far?
Messed up the start. Forgot to put fuel in the car. So, yeah.
That's what caused you to go down the pits early. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had damage. Okay.
Nah, I just forgot to put fuel in the car, so I was still on quality fuel.
Man, I thought you were getting like the strategy out. You're pulling a fast Ferrari on us or something, but no, apparently not.
I could still make something work, but
I've got to get back to the action. We've got a spicy battle here between Carlos Garcia and Corey Griffith again. I'll catch up with you in a little bit, Keyshawn. Good luck, brother.
yeah.
Didn't mean to get away from this in Holy Toledo. Carlos Garcia, Corey Griffith, and Andrew Shaw at it again. These three like absolute magnets, as we saw Rachanov somewhere in the mix here, and here he is trying to unlap himself on Corey Griffith now, and a bump in the rear for Corey Griffith through Abbey. My goodness, he is not happy with getting held up on trying to unlap himself, as he knows he's got substantial pace to get that done. And he's made that apparent as he's got it done through the loop and onto Antry. Who are we looking at? This Corey Griffith getting hunted down by Carlos Garcia as Shaw has drifted away and into the distance the 44 has. My goodness, 3/10 back. These three are absolutely magnets to each other. And that's Rachanov getting the fastest lap 2 laps ago now, 59.380 it looks like. Doing much faster time than Alec Hode. His best was the 2 minutes 137. So almost a full second faster, as Rachanov's got the fresh blood in his veins right now. Hopefully I'm getting back into the groove of broadcasting on ACC, and the content is getting a lot less jittery. I'll get back to it in due time, as I have stepped away from ACC for a little while, as Garcia is still behind our man Griffith. A second back and less than, still threatening. And one of the things I'm happiest about this Battle 4 is that we've had Carlos Garcia in this beautiful livery that we've been staring at for almost the duration of this race so far. And that's got to be one of my favorite things about ACC, as no, Griffith goes super wide but collects it for Village. And can he hold on? Just barely so, as Garcia is being extremely patient with the situation right now, as he had a good run on the inside through Farm Curve and onto the outside of Village. Unfortunately, that's how that works, and couldn't get the move done. Like I said, was extremely patient with the situation and holds off and tucks in behind for the Wellington Straight. And on to Brooklands we go, is where he makes the move happen. No, maybe a switchback is in the cards, as they are bumper to bumper on the exit. Through Love Field, Woodcott, and towards Cops. Let's see if the poor Audi can keep on track and maintain the speed as he touches the inside curb. That might compromise his exit, as the Beamer's hot on the heels, keeping it much more planted through there. And through Maggots and Beckett's, Corey is now used to being under pressure. And is now doing just fine through Maggots and Beckett's with someone right on his tail. I think he knows that the person behind is going to get the hogwash end of that stick, because they're going to be in the dirty arrow behind him, as no one's able to quite make a move on Griffith yet. Through Stowe, he's a little bit held on and on to Club. Closing in fast. Let's see what's going to happen. Same place, same time. Garcia tries to set him up again. And do it. And there's the 20 seconds that Keyshawn was talking about. He had to find again to catch back up to Garcia and Griffith. Well, this makes a lot of sense now also, how and when Keyshawn had all that pace at the end of the race, but he was still on a quality setup, apparently. While people were just driving slowly around him. Corey Griffith and Garcia, the two Magnet men, have swapped positions again on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's. It was, and through Stowe we go. And can Corey hold on still? Nope. The move might be done through Club. On board, Corey Griffith right behind our camp. Corey Griffith going a little wide. Pushing it a little hard there. Through club and onto the Hamilton straight. I love that though. Wacky races on the back, the gold trim on the front, accentuating all the curvature of this Beamer. The Wacky Dog. Oh, Wacky Dogs! Isn't that what it was? Wacky Racers was the show. That's what the show was. It was Wacky Racers. That's Muttley. Exactly. This is the Wacky Racers car. Ah, I figured it out finally. That's Muttley. Oh my goodness. Mystery is finally solved. And I think the only thing that makes sense, and now I've got complaints for you, Carlos Garcia, because I'm going to assume that you're the ringleader of this operation, so point me in the right direction of where I need to voice my complaints in the future. But complaint number one, Carlos Garcia, is that if you guys are the Wacky Racers team, then each one of you needs to be a Wacky Racer, right? So if car number 13 is Muttley, then someone else needs to be Dick Dastardly. You know, I'm going through the characters right now. You got to have all the characters in here for your liveries, right? So your team can encompass everybody. So if you're, yeah, you have Dick Dastardly, you have Gruesome Twosome, the Hooded Claw, IQ Tickly, you got Clunk. You've got so many people to choose from. The General, the Anthill Mob, Sergeant Blast, Red Max. I mean, the list goes on and on. Hyper Perfect, Peter Perfect, Penelope Pit Stop. I mean, do I need to keep going? Do I need to keep going? PT Barnstorm? I mean, I could keep going, but I don't think I need to keep defending myself. I don't think I need to keep defending myself. I think I made my point, Garcia. If you need to, get with me after the race, and we'll discuss future plans for the Wacky Racer team, as Andrew Shaw has gone to the pits now, as we are approaching that 1 hour mark that we know and love so much. And we know what we're going to do once we get there. We're going to hit the big fat M and save this replay once we get to around the 55-minute mark. So let's just do that. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Do it at the 55-minute mark. 55 minutes. Who are we on board? Carlos Garcia. Carlos Garcia. Who has taken how many pits so far? Carlos has not taken a pit yet. Neither has Corey. Interesting. Shaw just took his. Also interesting. What's Wellick up to? Just quietly driving his race. Got good pace too. A 2:02.1 his last time around. But I'm going to assume are roughly 25 lap old tires. Low fuel though, so that'll be helping him out quite a bit. And 63 of Salnar moseying away, trying to catch up to Ho. somehow, some way, but that 30-second gap doesn't seem like it's going to come down anytime soon. Let's go across the line with a 2-minute .7 last time around. Salinar yet to get to the line as that 30 seconds is a lot of time to have to wait. So let's get to the line and get an idea of what he's going to. 202.180, so that gap simply increasing over the duration. Wellick 202.670. 10 seconds back from Salnar. Could be closing that gap down potentially as this keeps on going. It will get interesting at the pit stops, I think, where we're going to have Salnar and Wellick get somewhat close depending on their style of pit stop that they take and how much fuel they end up rolling with. 10 seconds isn't a lot, but it is a small mistake going through pit road. It is a small mistake with the pit limiter. It is a small mistake with cold tires on your pit exit. Back to Rachanov, who is setting laps that are roughly 3.5 seconds faster than the guy in front. We'll be seeing them get close together over the next 4 laps as we are at the 55-minute mark. I'm going to hit and save this replay real quick. That should have done the trick. Who else is ooh. See what the predictions are going to look like. That's what I'm really curious about. So if we have Salner pit, he's going to come out right in front of Corey Griffin. If we have Welly pit, ooh. So if Welly pits, he's going to come out behind Corey. Interesting. Okay, so if Salner and Welly pit, they're going to be sandwiching Corey Griffith, who also will have to pit roughly around the same time. If we're talking about the 65-minute mark, so another 10 minutes. There's Corey in now. So all things considered, Salnar and Wellick should come in now also, unless they want to stick it out and try to go for the uppercut, the overcut. As Keyshawn finds his 20 seconds in the pit lane to Corey Griffith, as Carlos Garcia is also yet to pit. Let's see how this works out for Keyshawn here. Corey Griffin into the pit. That's leaving Bauer up to make his up now. But he will promptly give that back when he goes to pit and has to take that damage that Wood looked at. Shaw getting the lap on Corey now. As Shaw had pit earlier, that undercut absolutely working out for him. And Griffith has still got plenty of time to spend in the pits before that gets straightened out. And there he goes. That's definitely going to be a 20-second gap or so. Nearly 18. seconds on his out now. Wow. What an uppercut to make that work. An undercut. Undercut to make that work. You were trying to register a team for Monza, but you can't for some reason. Let's see if we can get this straightened out, huh? Oh, I wonder if it's pending approval, Bad Wolf. Let me take a look at the registration. I'm also new to this organization, so please forgive me. I might not be the person to answer all of your questions, but I guarantee you that as soon as this race is over, someone for the GRG staff, Derek or Case or Ethan, will get a hold of you to fix whatever you're trying to look for. Let's see if I can do it. So, you need the password for the registration now. I would go ahead and, I think registration is actually locked from what I'm looking at. Perhaps registration isn't over or isn't open yet, as nobody's registered and you will need a password to register. So perhaps it'll be unlocked once this event is over. You'll be able to do that with us on July 30th, next month. That will be exciting. And right on, Blood Wolf. Well, thank you for joining GRG and thank you for returning to GRG. Looking at the fastest guy on track, Rachanov. Absolutely steaming 59.6 in some sort of race trim. The OPR team is your sister team, the one we just snapped to. Well, to give you the update, right? Oh, excuse me, as Keyshawn has jumped ahead into third, as Wellick and Salnar have dived into the pits now, and Wellick is now on his way out, but Salnar is still holding on, perhaps getting a little bit more done to his than Wellick did, but they're both out now. That's 4 and 5, and Keyshawn has found his 20 seconds, that's for sure. A little off strategy for the pit, but let's see how this pans out towards the end. And maybe those two shorties that he's going to be able to string together might be able to work out into a better strategy, as he hasn't had to fight too many people, as we saw Shaw and Garcia and who else? Not Gonzalez. Oh goodness, now that people have left their cars and they've done their driver swaps, have all messed up. We had Shaw and Garcia and Gonzalez. Yes. No. Golly, I'm all messed up. Garcia. Alex Hode, welcome back. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Bad Wolf. I didn't mean to get off topic there as we snapped away to kind of wrap up what was going on with the pit stops. I think I have it straight. Probably not, though, as Elaine is now into the pit as well. And let's see if he gets a spot, moment to get a breather and swap out for a teammate for Carlos Maceda. As we see Orlando Ruben Lozano getting out of the way there. Carlos Garcia is now taking his pit, promoted Keyshawn Hall into third place. That gets him back to 30 seconds off of Matt Neal in the 200. Matt Neal, who took over for Alex Toad, who had an amazing nearly 60 minutes in for his first, kept the lead, drove away pretty cleanly, and Alex is back in chat. Welcome, Alex. Hell of a drive. If you have a moment, I'd love to get you in the commentary booth in Discord, and we could talk this out about what happened during your race and how you feel about driving away without too much contact early on, and what you saw going on behind you. Mostly everybody doing their stops now, just confirming what I'm seeing. Bauer's the only one that has not made his yet, as well as Lozano, as he is now in. And Bauer not quite, as he's approaching that 65-minute mark. And I just wonder if that car can just stay out there, that Beamer can stay out there for a little bit longer. And maybe that's a strategy he's going for, is trying to do a 3-stopper rather than a 4 like some of these people might be shooting for. Excuse me, the 2-stopper rather than the 3-stopper that some of these guys might be shooting for. As Alex Hogue gives us a little update in chat about how he feels his race went and what he was surprised to see. Just making sure he's not in a race chat anywhere. I can grab him. He's just talking. But Alex says he was surprised we came out ahead after the stops. We stopped a little earlier than planned. I think everybody ended up kind of stopping a little bit earlier than they had planned, to be honest, as Wellick is having an incident and has got himself collected at Maggots and Beckett's, and he's driving back off into the sunset in third place for him. Just saying, I think everybody kind of had a little bit more bumping and grinding and an error one way or another, and had to stop for either earlier or longer than they expected. I know the guys behind you were battling for the most part, but I think the guy who was in P2 before Keyshawn inherited it, obviously. Had quite a clean race. Maybe this is indicative of a fuel-saving tire management race for him. Let's see how much a fight Bauer puts up to a guy who has obviously done a pit stop and is considerably faster. That's 5 seconds a lap faster for Shaw. And if Bauer doesn't get this strategy to work here, he's definitely going to lose out and isn't going to put up a fight. It looks like he's got the blinker on, signaling to let Shaw pass on the inside, and makes it happen at Brooklands. Into Love Field they go. I wonder if Bauer is going to go for the pit now, or if he's trying to stay out on a fuel-saving tire management strategy. I think the man is. The absolute mad lad is going for, it has to be a 1-stop or a 2-stop. I can't see, I don't understand how Bauer is going to make this work any other way to make this keep going. everybody at home, make sure you get in your votes for driver of the day for Rachinov, because he is absolutely doing a hell of a recovery drive right now, coming from dead last and making his way through the field with an extra pit stop, unlike Keyshawn so far. I think we'll see the balance happen once Keyshawn takes his second pit, kind of towards the 45-minute mark, maybe closer towards the 35. We'll see over the next 20 minutes where Keyshawn in the number 26 ends up along Rachinov's path, and that'll be indicative of their true positions here over the next 3 hours of this race. As Keyshawn's now into the pits, indicative of the fact that I am full of you-know-what, and we'll see how this works out for him and where him and Rachinov come out. I think that's going to be the battle of the race to watch, as both of these boys are very similarly paced and facing similar circumstances of their recovery drive. Pelicans back in second place in that McLaren event, doing a hell of a job to keep it clean for the most part, driving off into the sunset like a true gentleman. And that gap, though, ahead is just increasing, but Wellick has just been Mr. Consistency over here, doing his 2 minutes and 2:01s as best as he can. Sean gets the position over on Keyshawn. Bauer as well, the fuel-saving, tire-managing mastermind of Bauer. Keyshawn Hall, what are you up to? Where are you coming out of? He is coming out now as Javier Fernandez is out of the pits. And here's Rachinov coming around Luffield right now into Woodcott. And there's Keyshawn onto the back straight now. Excuse me, into Maggots and Beckett's now, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, and there's Rachinov. That's 5 seconds apart. I think this is the battle of the race that we're going to be looking for. Can he see Keyshawn up the road? He sure can. He sure can. And Keyshawn is only 3 seconds off of Javier Fernandez. We're also going to want to keep an eye on their lap, because this might be a three-lay battle if they end up finding each other on track at the same time, as Michael Semrad has a moment. Goes yellow at Maggots and Beckett's as Lozano is having his again. Oh, and that's not the place you want to be turned around. That's got to be the inside of the exit of Maggots and Beckett's. At or around there, he lost it. Oh, looks like that was a cops moment. And back on the track, and it's back to getting going. But what I am curious about is where Rachinov's pace has gone. Not to be discouraging, but Matt Neal, as soon as he got in that car, was able to jump into the 159s. Hopefully he's not driving with a quali setup right now. He's down into the 59s, and Rachinov has only been able to get into the 2-minute range. His last lap around was a 2:01.22, so he is not quite doing the best that he can, as Keyshawn's outlap was quite slow, but Bauer's in, so that's not going to be a three-way battle that we thought we were going to see, as Rachinov has closed down the gap to less than 5 on Keyshawn Hall. Keyshawn has maintained a gap. Oh, excuse me, Fernandez is the guy we're watching, who's 3 seconds ahead of Hall. Excuse me as I still get familiar with the names and the faces and the liveries and the cars that people drive. I will get better. We'll get better at tracking these battles and the folks and the driving styles with the time that we spend there. Oh no, Bloody Wolf ended up karting and crashed his knee, hit the steering wheel. Dum-dum. That's not the way that's supposed to go. what I think okay, I want to start taking bets. I think Keyshawn and Rachanov, as Michael Semrad has another moment. He must be facing some sort of technological issue. Because he's driving awfully slow right now. Obviously trying to manage or deal with something else going on. That's Wellick getting chased down. I think that's Masita. Carlos Masita behind. Chasing him down. Javier Fernandez has gotten himself into quite the predicament, it seems, as Keyshawn Hall has now closed it down to 1.5 seconds. Cue the Jaws music, folks. And unfortunately for Ray, it looks like he wasn't able or is not able to close down the gap on Keyshawn. So let's see if Javi can do something to hold up Keyshawn and maybe get Ray back into this battle. He is desperately clutching onto to try to get back into, as we saw Ray just into the distance, getting into the view of the camera. This is going to be good. Let's see where they are towards the line. These last laps were. Not a huge difference. Fernandez with the 201.6 and Keyshawn with the 201.0. 6/10 I don't think is going to be enough to make the move happen. You know, on this 2-minute track, you know, only being up a few tenths isn't quite the percentage you need, but the pressure that enforcing someone or forcing a mistake onto a grass is going to be how to get a move done. On the exit to Maggots and Beckett's we go. Keyshawn on the outside of the hanger straight onto the inside of Stowe. Move secure to car length in front. Goes to return to the racing line. But doesn't go all the way to make sure that he leaves some room for the number 13 and tucking in behind, but still making a look on the inside of the club section. Tucking back in the number 13 does back on the exit curbing for Keyshawn, staring back at the number 13 of Fernandez. Let's see if
check this thing on. Hello. Oh. Welcome. Hello.
No, you welcome.
I do whatever I want.
I see that. I'm in the middle of commentating on a fucking battle, and you just barge right in and swing your dick across my desk. No, I'm kidding. What's up?
Oh, nothing. Came to join the party. Yeah. Oh, drop over and subscribe. Yeah.
Who's having a party?
Here's my Prime sub. Oh, I don't know. I guess we are. I don't know.
Why are you not racing? Do you hate America?
I don't race.
You hate America?
What?
Is that why?
Yeah, yeah, even though this is Great Britain, but no, it's fine. No, I was working, so I missed the first 3 hours.
What is your level of commitment? Where's your
A lot.
commitment, Ethan? Where's your commitment?
Where's my?
How dare you go earn bread and butter for your family?
Oh no, I can't. Oh no, what a shame.
You should be dedicated to ACC 24/7, nonstop. GG no read.
GG.
I sacrificed. I took my dog to the park this morning. That's what we normally do, but we did it. Oh, no. Here's the sacrifice I have made to GRG today. I have made an honest sacrifice, okay? So I took my dog to said park this morning. She was being a little shit, so we didn't go play fetch. That's her discipline. That was her disciplinary action. We went to the park, we didn't play fetch. Very stern dad, I know. While we were there just moseying around, she found some other dogs, you know what I would assume, and decided, yeah, you see where this is going, and decided to just roll around in it. So
glorious.
She is hanging around, and because of the way I planned my day, I planned to, take her to the park, play fetch, come back, feed her, relax, get the stream ready, and go to town. I didn't account for bath time for her in all of this. I accounted for my bath time. So, in my house right now, I have this beautiful puppy who smells like shit, constantly walking by me. I love her to death. I absolutely love her to death. As Rachanov and Fernandez are going at it again. That's Fernandez.
Fernandez, ooh. And there's another BMW. Oh, that's a different BMW in the mix. That is the 200 car. Oh, that's the leader.
That is the leader. And this is where the spiciness came out, because I think Fernandez was trying to give room for the leader, but that didn't work out so well. And Rachanov was not going to patiently wait for him to figure out what was going on. Took the position on Fernandez and is now driven off into the distance. And yeah, Matt Neal now has to deal with Rachanov ahead, but he is handily a few seconds ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is good to note that in this series that the blue flags aren't mandatory. They're there, they're optional, They just tell you, hey, there's a faster car coming up, be on the lookout. So you don't really need to get out of the way, but it is nice if you do so. But, try and keep your race pace up while doing so. So I guess that was probably what happened. Is that, Rachanov knew the rules and said, oh, well, I don't need to give up the time. So, I'll make my move, and the leader can, get around Fernandez.
That sounds extremely reasonable and super plausible. And that's the way, personally, I like to race is, man, this is an endurance race. We're fighting till the very last minute, right? You don't know my pit strategy. I don't know your pit strategy. If I don't fight you now and we end up fighting later, I'm going to kick myself in the teeth for giving you a 10th that you shouldn't have had on me, right?
Exactly. Hey, Blood Wolf.
Rachanov, my boy Ray, is getting awfully close to the 19 here. The number 18 of Diaz. Gets by him safely, and now he's got Keyshawn Hall in his sights. As I talked about earlier, Keyshawn battling his way through the pack, and that gave Ray the 5 seconds he needed to make up, and there it is, now down to 1.5 onto the main straight here, on the front straight, I should say. And
Yeah, pretty good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, I was going to ask you, would you mind kind of going through the field and telling us a little bit about these people and kind of what we're going to expect going forward? We snapped to Fernandez, who's getting his lapping done on Diaz, and back to Fernandez and Rachel.
Well, starting off with the leader, the 200 car, they have actually been racing with GRG since we kind of started in ACC.
Oh, wow. Since inception.
Yeah, basically. And they took a little hiatus, I guess, due to school or whatever, because they're a little bit younger. I don't know if it's university or if it's high school level stuff, but they're over there. They're from Great Britain, UK, whatever you want to area over there. across
and that's
the
both
pond,
of
I
them.
guess.
That's Matt Neal and Alex Hode, both being across the pond and fairly young, as you said.
Correct, yes.
Oh.
Alex actually has raced. He did some ACC races with us for our esports team. Yeah.
Now, Alex Hode, that's not my boy Alish, is it?
That is not, no.
Okay.
No, that's Alex Alcrow.
Okay.
Probably butchered that, but.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I got the names right where they should be.
Number 33.
Number 33. That's Wellick and
Yep.
who else is in that car? Sandor Toth.
Toth, yes. Don't know much about them. They're also from the Great Britain, UK, across the pond, again, whatever term you want to use.
A couple of red
Depending
coats,
on where
as we
you're
like to
from.
call them. I mean, what?
But yeah, I think they're new. I don't recall seeing them. They might have actually raced last year's our 24 hours of Silverstone that we did, the charity race, the Trick or Treat 24, I believe is what it was called, hosted
nice.
with DRST
Yep.
and all that. I believe that's why I recognize their names, because they seem familiar, but other than that, I don't have much information. Next up in third place, rounding off the podium, is Keyshawn. He, again, esports driver, runs with the admins, you know, he's a big part of GRG, as well as, Andrew Shaw actually has taken over the position at some point.
He sure has.
But it's him and Alex Alcrow. They're both running a car together. They're in the Lamborghini, it seems. So that car's fun to drive. I did like that one.
Keyshawn didn't seem too excited about that Lamborghini. And also, Alex has been non-existent today, and we're not sure if he's going to show up to take over for the remaining 2 hours of Keyshawn's drive. But we'll see.
I do.
Minutes before he can show up.
Yeah, from what I recall, and their planning, I believe Keyshawn was just supposed to run the first few hours, and then Alex was supposed to take over. But I don't know.
And I prefer, and I think Alex prefers Alish now. We don't call him Alex anymore.
Alish.
That's exclusively how he likes to be referred to.
That's fair. I guess now on the podium, Andrew Shaw and Taylor Williams again, another legacy crew that have kind of been since the start, same as Neil and Hode. Again, more people from Great Britain, UK. They've been in and out, done a bunch of races, also jumped out for a little bit, but fairly quick guys, kind of getting some incidents though sometimes, but they usually have decent pace.
Andrew Shaw and Taylor Williams.
Mm-hmm.
What car are they driving? Oh, they're in that McLaren. So
no, they're in the Evo 2, the Audi Evo 2.
Oh, I snapped to Wellick. Yep, you're right. Andrew Shaw's in the. They're the Rossi boys. That's right. They're the Rossi boys. Then who is Wellick then driving this Macca?
That again,
that's
Sandor
the
Toth.
same one you didn't know. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Same guys. Well, those guys were interesting. They have an interesting story. This race is like they kept it just pretty clean from the onset, and really have. I don't mean to downplay their driving, but I don't think their pace was quite there. But they definitely inherited P2 and have done well enough to keep their nose clean and just drive away with it this entire time. And that's been kind of amazing to see. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen towards the end as they kind of get sucked up by Rachnov and Hall towards the end. And that's going to be a competitive battle for the remaining podium positions with Andrew Shaw there. But continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Kind of going on the point of, again, just keeping your nose clean. Again, that's the best thing you can do in an endurance race. You know, you stick clean and you avoid all the incidents, you can inherit the lead and, you know, may not have great pace, but you can somehow still end up in the lead or in the top positions.
Yeah, 100%. Like, a lot of these guys have now been committed to an extra pit, and it's not just that, 20 seconds that you're stopped. It's the 20-second, 30-second transient time, too, that's going to get you. That's half a lap you're now down inherently. How are you going to make up a minute on track over a 60-minute stint? That's basically, 2 seconds a lap faster than the guys around you. So if these guys are doing 201s, you need to be doing 59s, basically. And the only one doing that is Matt Neal. So, like you said, the math is just there to prove your point.
better off keeping your nose clean than trying to force the issue anywhere. Rachel
Onto-
back on Keyshawn again. Like magnets, these two.
Yeah, those Rachnov, another group that have kind of joined fairly recently. Actually, they've been running, I think, since last year.
He's gonna try to make the move.
He's close.
Into Village, it's so close.
Yeah, very bold going through
That's
there.
Maggots and Beckett's, excuse me, isn't this?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, and on the exit, does he have enough oof in the tank? I don't think he's gonna have it. I don't think there's enough drag there through Stowe.
Not enough, but ooh, might look at sticking his nose in there, but backed out of it, thought better of it.
Yeah, I think just made the look to make him flinch at it. Keyshawn, cold as ice is in veins. He's gonna flinch at it.
Probably taking some of his tips he learned from the iRacing. He jumped in that recently. I think he's already up to C class. I
Oh
could
wow,
be wrong,
nice.
but
Very
yeah,
nice.
he jumped in that recently. He's been having a good time.
I also just dove into iRacing with the recent $1 for 3-month promo. As Rachnoff is as close as he's ever been, trying to go on the outside.
Stays on track enough, kind of on the curb, but not enough to stick
Not
it through.
enough for the loop, but on the inside. Does he have it through Aintree? No, but is it going to be compromised into Brooklyn for Keyshawn? Potentially no. This Lambo has the horses who just pull away, but is the port going to make up the gap on the brakes? Not quite enough. Those couple of tenths were just too much for Ray to try to get back into.
Looks like we have a spinner there, and I forget what it's called. Club.
In through club,
Oh.
is that Diaz spun off
Yeah.
there?
It was, yes.
Diaz, I think, just joining in the race super late. Must be here for just the fun of it. 34 laps down, so yeah, joining
Yeah.
10 laps late.
I did see that. I don't know what quite their issue was, but they had, I guess, some kind of connection issue or something, so they kind of were able to join initially. They ended up getting a stop and go 30, I guess, for pit lane speeding is what I'd assume.
Ah, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. That's not fun.
But yeah, Rachnov, this actually, I could be mistaking this, but this is actually, I think they're two brothers. Is Kren and Vinci? Vinci's the current one driving. I probably butchered those names as well. Oh no,
Yep.
it's Rusimov and Rachnov, never mind.
Yeah, so it's Rusimov and
I had those names
Rachnov.
backwards.
Yes.
But they've been running with us recently. Can't remember the first event they've done, but they've had decent pace. You know, the 22 mainly, more than the other car of Bloodwolf, who's usually running that one. Their car's usually pretty fast though.
Oh yeah, they qualified
Ray,
P2 here
Rusimov,
today.
and Octavian, Porsche.
And the only
Winter Championship, I gotcha.
thing that set them back
Monza
this
signups will open probably tomorrow. I'll probably look tomorrow or Monday. I just need to release the password for it, so. But the events are up on SimRacing GP. Oh no, there's the thing.
Sorry, I forgot I have Discord on another mic and I was muted and I was trying to talk over you for a little bit. Trying to figure out why you kept talking over me. I was like, that's very rude of you. And then I touched my mic and it's like flipped up towards my head. I'm like, that makes sense.
It all that's together now.
But so Rusimov and Rachnov, sad story what happened to Rusimov. So P2 for him was doing fantastic. Like you said, yeah, he's had great pace and did great things to obviously get up there into the 59s. To hold it on! And no, through Maggots and Beckett's, he loses it, goes off into the grass, and can he get it recovered to get back on track? He kept it straight through the grass and avoided the barriers. Holy Toledo! What a save! Holy shit!
we need instant replay on that one.
Oh my god. Do I have it?
I might just clip it from Twitch.
You might have to clip it from Twitch, yeah, because I don't think I got it, unfortunately. My god. No, I missed it. I tried to hit the instant replay.
Oversteer is what happened.
That is insane. Yeah.
I'll have to work back that gap again on Hall. But watching it on Twitch, or watching it on the clip, it kind of hits the inside curb, takes a little too fast, and had oversteer, but kept it straight, took it straight through the gravel, slowed down, but what a save.
Yeah, absolutely. And for him to not have another major accident this race, to throw him down the order, as I was just going to tell the story about what happened to him on lap 1 or 2. So his partner is driving the car, and into Village they went, and an eager move. I can't remember who the car was, but there was a hefty battle going on behind, and an eager move from one of the cars sent it up the inside, dove 2 cars, and unfortunately the 22 was just there as a bystander, got collected and sent down to last place, unfortunately. And that's been their recovery drive since, as Rachanoff is now into the pits, has had enough of this, and he is slightly off strategy of Keyshawn. So that was going to be the only time that we saw them on track together for about that half hour, as Keyshawn probably has another 20 minutes left in the tank before he's got to come in again after he made an early mistake with his fuel calculations and had to come in.
Not sure what the 18's issue is, but currently they are running slowly through the Sector 2.
Oh yeah, super slow.
Yeah.
Into the club.
Think
Pulled over
might
at least.
It's gonna get on board. No, go back. Oh yeah, their suspension's broken. That is, yeah.
Ray is on pit out now. 3.5 back from Semrad.
63. Let's see. Both drivers from the Czech Republic of HB Racing. Again, a lot of new faces, but a lot of old faces as well in this race. Bytown actually did not show up today, but they are. Alish knows them via R Factor 2, and that's mainly what they run on.
Ah, okay.
So, but they did try a 12-hour of MLL where they had an incident, some kind of connection issue, forced them to not start, so they weren't able to complete the race.
That's always never the way you want that race to go. That's
No.
We did gain a driver, Noble 98. We gained Adriano Diaz, who apparently had some connection issues or was unable to join the server early on, was able to rejoin maybe around the 35 lap mark or somewhere around there, and has been able to complete around 18 laps before having a fatal mistake and breaking the suspension and forced them to enter the pits. They will be in last place and probably stay there for the duration of this race. But that's how you gain a driver in an endurance race. The numbers are stacking up, to say the least, here at GRG. We're getting there.
Yeah.
I'm actually really excited
PRL.
to see this too, by the way. That's 12 people, but man, these battles have been close as we see the 100 get absolutely sideways through cops. That's Gurgley kicking up a cone. Holy smokes. I don't think this is the drifty version of the M4 GT3.
That's the M6.
Excuse me. This is the M6 indeed. It's not meant to go that way around, but Gurgley was able to make it look like it did. Got it back together and straight, but his tires have got to be roasted.
The PRL guys are not racing in this one. They have raced in previous races. We do have Paredes. Let's see. Yeah, Paredes Racing Team. Drivers from Spain. That would be Gonzalez. Where's it? The 13 and 14 car are the two, both teammates. They are Spanish drivers.
Ray on the inside of the hairpin. And I think the 46 of Semrad being, or excuse me, the 63 of Semrad just being complicit in that. To be completely honest, realized the pace differential was there as Ruzumov was on an outlap previously and probably got his tires up to temperature and definitely is on pace to set something around a 2:01.5. And Semrad's best being a 2:02. I could feel that he sensed that coming and made sure he wanted to big. That's 1.5
Oh, I see what they did.
What did they do?
I was looking at the 18 car and I forgot they had a stop and go penalty, so they had served that, and then they had to drive back around to remove the damage.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, because I had noticed that there's still a yellow flag on their car. I was like, well, why is there still a yellow flag? You know, thinking, oh, their damage should have been repaired. No, because the way the whole stop and go system works.
Yeah.
But I think I prefer that over how iRacing has it set up, which is really infuriating. Because like if you get a penalty of some sort, instead of just giving you a drive-through, they give you a stop and hold. But it increases if you have like fuel and tire changes and all that on it.
Oh.
So like, you know, normally it's just like a 1 second stop and hold. It then becomes a 40-second stop and hold, along with service, which is like.
Oh wow! Along with your service, holy Toledo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they basically tack on another. So you don't have to physically go around the pits, but basically they're tacking on another drive-through, basically to your stop and go time to make sure you get service all in one go. I get it.
Which is like, why don't you just give us a drive-through instead of making us like a 1 second stop and hold? Just I don't know. That's their whole weird penalty system thing they got going on. It could be better in parts, but it is nice.
I mean, the whole incident point system is also very weird too. Like, I don't necessarily agree with, hey, dude, me sticking a wheel off into the dirt shouldn't really be an off-track incident point. Like, get fucked. Like, the track is the track, the grass is the grass. Like, I paid for all the track, let me use it, bro. Like, don't tell me I can't use the green stuff.
And it's just what kind of gets me is the inconsistency of some tracks. Because it's like basically a one-type use in terms of GT3 track limits, but for NASCARs, and NASCAR track limits for GT3s, and it's like, you can't really do that one, but also at the same time, you can't, it's really bad in some parts of the wheel, like, the entrance to Ascari chicane, you can't go off, like, you can't touch the outside curb if you go, like, deep, which is really weird.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so weird. I mean, and then the other thing that's frustrating for me is I'm an ideal line kind of a guy, especially for iRacing where they have a ton of tracks that I haven't been on yet due to ACC and AC, right? But the ideal line for some of these cars, like I'm driving the Spec Racer 4 around Phoenix Raceway, and I've never driven Phoenix. And the ideal line for that car just makes, for the combo I'm looking at, I'm like, no, like this line doesn't make sense. Like, why would I go out this wide, and trying to get the car to rotate out that far only leads to certain death when you try to swing it around in certain places. Like, yeah, I was super frustrated. And once I saw a couple online videos about how shitty the ideal line is, and like you said, it's just cookie cutter. This is the ideal line for every car on every track. It's like, aha, that's why this line doesn't work for me, because it doesn't exist for this car.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the spec racer is very hard. Even though it's a rookie car, it's not
forgiving.
It's not a great car to drive. Yeah, because it's weird. You gotta be on throttle and watch the weight. It's really just
The weight transfer is atrocious. Yeah. The brake power is like through the roof. Everything about it's crazy.
The Formula V is a little bit nicer to drive than that. But,
oh God, don't say that.
Yeah.
I'd much rather
like
drive the Spec Racer 4 than the Formula Vs.
Once I kind of learned how to take the V around, it's like, okay, no, this drives nice. This actually isn't too bad. But learning that Spec Racer is just,
You may have convinced me. Maybe I need to go back to the Formula V. I just need to learn how to downshift that thing properly.
You kind of stick it in a gear and just say whatever. It's kind of just like, you know, this is, yeah, it's just like, okay, you know, all tracks, you know, regardless of, you know, normally in any other car, it's a fourth gear corner. Well, that one you just got to stick it in third, and then, you know, oh, if you need to shift down for the corner, you kind of just have to wait, because it's going to want to spin on you.
Yeah. Oh, like shift the weight back, huh?
Kind of, yeah,
So it's not like you don't like do it while the weight shifted forward, you do it while the weight is shifting back on you.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
As well as just with the speed is the RPM's just really low. You gotta keep them low. It's kind of like driving the BMW M4 GT4. If you've ever driven that car in ACC, iRacing, whatever, its gear ratios are really terrible.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, oh yeah, first gear's really short. Then second gear's like kind of decent, but still short. And then you have really long third and fourth gear. But you can't shift down into second, and because you can't really shift down into third. Yeah, and it's like, so yeah, it's just like, it's a whole mess of a car, and it's, you know, in terms of gear ratios, but, you know, drives nice.
It's a good car,
but
yeah, exactly, it drives fair.
But you just gotta get around the whole gear ratio nonsense that BMW decided to do with that car. But, you know. A lot of BMWs in today's grid, 5.
Yeah, for sure are a lot.
And I know part of the ACC BOP kind of favored that car and the McLaren as well, but it isn't a bad car to drive.
Now, and especially for this track too, I think the McLaren fares really, really, really well here, and the Beamer also fares pretty well here through most of this fast and flowy stuff. Now, are people going to be allowed to change their car selection as the season goes on, or do you want people to stay locked into a single manufacturer from the get-go?
People stay in the same car for the entire season. If they do switch, they get one switch, and they lose points from previous rounds. So it is the whole, do you switch cars, you know, even though you're having a great season in this one, but it doesn't suit these tracks anymore. And definitely one of those games, that's kind of the thing you gotta take note when you do join the series, like, taking a BMW, you know, for round 1, but for round 2 and 3 might not be the best choice.
Ooh, as the 100 tries to let Wellick back, but that's a little too awkward for him as Wellick backs out of there, thinking that's not where you're supposed to let me by on the outside of the entrance of Club.
Yeah,
dangerous
Club
there.
Yeah, Club not quite the corner you'd kind of let someone by.
So as the 100 is probably going to let him by at the entrance to the hairpin here, and does so kindly. As the 100 seems to be the nicest of the back markers on the grid so far. Let quite a few people by very safely there.
The 63 seems to be going to drive through, I believe, for track limits.
Uh-oh. That's my boy Salnar. Beautiful baby blue tuxedo.
Baby blue tuxedo.
Well, there's in one of my the office that used to be in my grandparents' house. There was a picture of my dad in his baby blue ruffled tuxedo for prom. And so anytime I see this baby blue plastered across something, I instantly think of my dad in that tuxedo with the ruffles, ruffled shirt hanging out above my desk in the game room.
Nice. That was just the thing, apparently. Just blue tuxedos, light blue, baby blue tuxedos.
He absolutely pulled it off too. That looked dashing, and almost if I was born, about 10 years later, I definitely would have been a part of the trend that's bringing all that goofy shit back. Because I think I could pull it off. I think I could pull it off and bring it back. I would go with the Ron Jeremy level porn stash. Ruffled feathers. I might even undo a couple buttons to let the chest hair pop out. To throw a little flare out there with my gold chain and dang them around, spinning the chain like Flava Flav. That's how we get down in the bay. Oh yeah, don't be jealous, Ethan. You can get down with a get down.
Probably. I don't know.
Matt Neal hasn't pit yet, and we're almost getting to the second round of pit stops now.
Yeah, I believe. I want to say it's like a 60 to 70 minute stint, maybe 75. You can really extend it, but not too long in these cars.
Well, Bruner's going absolutely mad with his strategy. I think he is going for 70 minutes, if not a hair longer than that even. I think he's going to try to be going for a crazy two-stopper if he can risk it for the biscuit. As he was the gentleman that was holding up Keyshawn, I think, before this last pit cycle came out. And then...
Interesting.
What was... So Keyshawn's on the alternate strategy. He's pit already, so this is... No, excuse me. Yeah, Keyshawn pit at like the 55-minute mark, so his is coming up within the next 10 or so. Rusimov should have just pit, so he's still in his cycle, right? So he's going to get cycled up to the front now, next to Keyshawn over the next 20, 30 minutes. And then Brunner, he's going to stay out for another 20 or so, if I'm not mistaken. And then the only concerning part about this is where Shaw will end up once the cycle hits him, because he's got to be on the button pretty soon. I think he was one of the first people to dive into the pits, as my boy Corey is getting sucked up by Rusimov.
Yeah, currently looking at the track map, Shaw has a pretty decent gap on Brunner and Rusimov. Fernandez, he might stay ahead of, but I'm not too sure. Definitely will get passed by Keyshawn, though, when he does his pit.
Oh, that's Corey Griffith's car. Excuse me. I'm all messed up on Mountain Dew. Goodness gracious. Oh! As the Audi is getting squirrely, but is able to keep it collected. Oh my goodness. He's fighting for his life to keep back Rusimov. As the marshals are not going to stop waving these blue flags, but as the rules dictate, don't give a fuck, keep driving on, he says. And into Maggots and Beckett's we go, but I have a feeling like Rusimov's gonna get it done at the entrance of Stowe.
Yeah, he's gaining speed on him through the turns.
Oh yeah, he's closing for sure, but he's got to make that pork work through the hairpin, because he's not going to have the straight line speed as we see the gap increase dramatically on that Audi. Hit the bump and onto the brakes for Stowe. Closing down the gaps in the corners, but doesn't quite have it on the straight as we watch Griffith's partner Brunner get a little squirrely on the patch of curbing there. Into club nice and tidy. And we're talking about this battle as if it is for position, but it is for position, as I'm high as a kite again. As I forget that this is not Corey Griffith's car.
I was waiting for you just to like, will he notice? Are the blue
flags
he's
not
talking the ones in the
flying?
stand? As the 22 might look on the outside, not quite. Bruner placing his car perfectly.
Oh, coming across on the nose. The overlap didn't exist wheel to wheel, but it was there for the body work, and the 22 backed out of it, cautiously so.
I think he gave a little side check there.
Yeah, he sure did.
So far, fair and clean. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing egregious. Absolutely nothing egregious. I agree with that wholeheartedly. This is just absolutely great racing, and we snap over to a Lamborghini who's not doing anything.
The 22 door to door with the
side.
Yep. Really great so far coming out of there. Audi seems to just have better corner exit, but the Porsche has the entry speed.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know.
Definitely got the cornering speed on the Audi, and that's where the Audi struggles the most, right? Is mid-corner grip, and that's where the Porsche is going to thrive. But on the exit, the traction exists for the Audi. He's able to push it hard on the straights, and that's mostly what Silverstone consists of.
It's a very dynamic track.
Here on the straight again, they're awfully close.
Yeah, the Audi's slowly just pulling away. I think Rusimov's best bet is to make him.
Oh, he's trying for it, but side by side. That's a huge door bang for Rusimov and Bruner.
Came to tears there. It looked like Rusimov caught the inside curb and then caught the grass, sending him loose into Bruner.
I believe that to be true as well. Made a cheeky move or made a cheeky look to the inside, got on the brakes, and then as soon as he touched the curbing, maybe locked up a little bit, and like you said, lost it. Carried a little bit more speed than he should have, and on the 98, the unsuspecting victim getting collected there. But both drivers not getting out too bad in all of that. No positions lost for the both of them, just a ton of time as Bruner loses out 3 seconds of time, Rusimov 6 seconds overall on those laps respectively, and the gap is now back to 3 seconds or more on Rusimov to Bruner, and we'll have to make that back up, trying to get that move to happen all over again. Seems to be the story of the week, or the story of the day for Rusimov. Try to gain back up on someone, not make the move happen, and then do it all over again, unfortunately.
As the 18 dives into the pits for another early pit stop, not quite sure. They were about to get by the 88 Lamborghini. They were in a little tussle there ahead. As Bruner now closes on.
Those guys are equally matched roughly in pace, so that would be an exciting battle to snap to if we ever got the opportunity to see Diaz and Lozano go toe-to-toe, as Rusimov is back next to Bruner within 2 seconds already. How did this come to fruition? I wonder if Bruner's wheels may be out of alignment, or if he's just running into that Lamborghini is what slowed him down, as it is that Lamborghini not quite being allowed to occupy the same real estate as the 22, as he kind of gets the squeeze and squeezed again right onto the straight, as Rusimov is eagerly trying to gain the time back up through the traffic and get back to Will Bruner to show him that he is going to make the move happen cleanly this time around. 1.8 seconds back this lap around and dwindling. That delta is coming down between the two of these guys.
As I was trying to say earlier, Silverstone is a very dynamic track. It's got decently sized straights. I believe the hangar straight, the one between Maggots and Beckett's and Cops, is the longest of the straights. I could be wrong. But as well as it's got tight technical corners and the fast, high-speed stuff. Cops, Maggots and Beckett's, and Farm and Village, all that. I believe Abbey as well is the one. I guess it's the Lewis Hamilton straight. Abbey's the one after that.
Yep. Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel, onto the hangar straight and into Stowe. From what I'm looking at on the track map, I'm cheating, obviously. I don't have this all memorized. Don't think I'm an expert. Into Vale, Club, Hamilton straight leads into Abbey. You're absolutely right. And Aintree right after Village in the loop.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think the hangar straight is absolutely the longest one there. And if not mistaken, Silverstone was probably built around the same time as Sebring, post World War II, as we have Ray going at it on Bruner again. This has got to be Maggots and Beckett's on the inside, forces Bruner on the inside, and onto the grass he goes, kisses the curb side by side on the exit.
A little door-to-door check.
Ooh, a little door-to-door check indeed, but Ray has got it done, and I'm not sure how Bruner's going to love that being handled, given to him. And may want to return some of that love back here in a second.
Bruner definitely struggling with those. I don't know if it's tires or just overall car setup, as Shaw is actually in the pits now. But it seems that his car, again, we were noting this earlier in the battle, was that his car just has no mid-corner grip. I don't know if it's setup based or if the tires are just falling off.
For me, that's just an Audi thing. Audi, I feel like Audis do Audi things and they understeer off track completely. And the other thing I do want to say is I think Bruner might be approaching his pit windows. They've only done one. So I wouldn't be surprised if this battle settled down for now but came back to us later. As Shaw is now out in 5th place, might come out in front of Rusumov. Close to, let's see where that's going to put him. Oh, he's already through and out on track, so not quite close enough. 12 seconds separating them. That won't be a battle that we're going to be looking for right now.
Yeah, Shaw ends up behind Fernandez, so a little bit off my calculation.
Oh,
it's
no!
Shaw's. Don't know what happened, but they're off in the wall.
The 44 immediately after getting out of the pits on those cold tires into the wall, and that hood is as open as you can put it, as if you're about to jump start that car or get your oil change at a drive-through. He's gonna have to limp that thing home and get those repairs taken care of, because I'm sure there is major suspension damage on Shaw's car.
Definitely
that
Hero.
Shaw in the car anymore, is it?
Yeah, it's Williams actually.
That's Taylor Williams taking over that car and not having a good time.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he has some aero damage, obviously, in the wall front end. Suspension doesn't look too bad. The wheel's still straight, but it seems might be a little bit knocked out of alignment. So that does not bode well for them for trying to catch Hall and Fernandez.
The wheel looks straight, the glass is intact. So there's that. I don't think he has any meatballs. Looking at the marshal stand to my right, I don't see anything. So it looks like he might be able to drive away cleanly.
As
Keyshawn Hall, go ahead.
Wellick was into the pits, is now swapped over to Toth, is now driving.
Right.
As they seem to have dropping down to 3rd.
And that's just at 3rd for just a few moments, as Keyshawn's probably only got about another 4 minutes or so before he's got a pit. And unfortunately, that looks like, let's see where that actually puts him once we do a prediction for Keyshawn. If we add a pit stop to him, it doesn't change his position at all? That doesn't make any sense. That's erroneous.
Yeah. I think your calculator's off.
I think my calculator might be off, because I believe if I gave a pit stop to Keyshawn, he'd be put back to Rusumov. I'm not mistaken.
I would say probably so. Probably near Rusumov, between him and Shaw.
Right,
or Williams,
somewhere
rather.
around there. Because I know Rusumov obviously had his incident, so I don't think he's going to be right next to him. But somewhere, like you said, between Williams, Rusumov, yeah, somewhere in that.
And speaking of, Bruner now in the pits for his pit stop.
Broodman.
Yeah, less than 2 hours in the race. We've reached the past the halfway mark in the race.
Woohoo! Throw out the fireworks, everybody. We have passed the halfway point, and thank God you've shown up, Ethan, because I don't know what I was going to do with myself talking to myself for 4 hours.
I was like, I'm definitely gonna jump in here and give something to do because I hopefully, storage booth on EMP anyways. So, nothing hopefully going to go under there. We do have one incident, but that was from the beginning of the race. So we'll have to worry about that at the moment.
Yeah, no catastrophes, no disasters, anything like that. Everybody's been super respectful of anything else that came up. People are giving that caution back. Being respectful of doing so. So yeah, it's all good.
You won the Andrew Shaw kill lottery.
What's that?
Andrew replying to Alex there.
Ah.
I don't quite get the joke, but something. I guess some kind of banter. Yeah, as Corey Griffith now in the car. Oh, as the 18 is off the track and stopped. They must have had a spin. I think they're trying to restart the car, or the engine might have died as they don't have any revs.
That car.
So nope, that's a speed. Okay.
It was rolling back on track.
Yeah, the speedometer on the Porsche is, it's in the square box and there's no RPM thing. So I'm like, okay, where the only RPM thing you're gauging is the sound of the car and the lights. So,
it sounds off.
Like,
it smells like it's off.
But is it really off?
But is it really off? And that's Matt Neal coming in now for his pit stop. That'll be 2 for the 200 car. Let's see if that gets passed back to our main man. That goes back over to Alex Hode, or not.
No, he's still pulling his pit box, kind of moseying his way down pit lane on pit limiter.
As they say, making his way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and he might be homebound.
Might be. Keyshawn is now preliminary second place. They've actually got, I didn't know they had this big of a lead, but Neil and Hode have a 1-lap lead on everyone else at the moment. So,
pretty much. Well, it might settle down right now, I think, right? Because Keyshawn might be able to get half a lap back right now, or no?
Probably not, no, as Matt
because they're already out. Yep.
And as confirmed by Alex there in Twitch chat, he confirmed that Matt is doing a double. So we will see Alex jump in for the final stint of the race and bring the car home. Oh, as Bruner, I think, hopped the curb and he's around in seconds.
Oh, no. Where is Bruner? As we're staring at Keyshawn.
Not Bruner, Griffith, sorry.
Oh, there's Corey Griffith, my man in the 98. Oh, Corey's back in. My main man, Corey G.
Corey G.
Unfortunate for him. Oh, and there's the gap between Rusimov back in the car after he was able to go relax and cool down for a bit, I hope, after the frustrating incidents that he had in his opening stint. I hope he has a better one this time around, because he deserves better for the pace he has been bequeathed from the sim racing gods themselves. Godspeed, Rusi. Godspeed.
Heard the 200. You're right about that, Yannick. The 200 is driven by absolute mad lads. Clearly mad enough that they have a 1-lap lead on everybody at this point in time. I hope as the 13 enters the pit now for their pit stop.
That's Garcia and Fernandez in the Wacky Racer Mobile. Took me a while to figure out where that character was from.
Oh yes, it's
had to do some quick Googling.
Yeah. I'd seen that. I was like, I swear I've seen that before. I can't for the life of me think of the name, but
That's exactly the words that came out of my mouth. And then I saw the sticker on the back, and I remembered a cartoon called Wacky Racers, and immediately had to Google it, and I did. But here's what pisses me off now, Ethan, and I think as a moderator of this racing group, you can do something about this. So here's my problem that I have, and let's make sure I turn off autopilot real quick so we can scrutinize these drivers properly. So we're gonna go to Javi real quick, and
It's 18's running again.
It's great because on the side he's got his character right here, and I think that's great. It looks great, and this is a wacky racer mobile, as we've said, right? Okay. So if the number 13 is what character did we say he was earlier on?
I don't know, I just blanked.
No. I looked it up earlier. He's Muttley, right? This is Muttley right here. So if this is Muttley on this car, if we go to the number 14, why is Muttley on the number 14 car too? You gotta pick another cast member.
Gotta show the love.
I want to see Penelope Pitstop. I want to see Dick Dastardly. I want to see the Rock Slag. Come on, man. Mumbly, Mr. Viceroy, get someone else in on this, because if you're gonna have the Wacky Racers crew, you gotta have the Wacky Racers crew, man. You don't go in half butt on this. You go in full butt, bro. So that's my only gripe I have, and I'm gonna move on after this. It should be Dick Dastardly. Thank you. Thank goodness. At least someone has got my back on this rant of mine. Jesus Christ.
Maybe they just switch it up every round, But who knows?
I would just appreciate anything. Any type of variation would be acceptable in my eyes. I'm okay with all of these suggestions. But my big thing is you can't have two Muttleys out on track. There's never two Muttleys in the show. You can't have two Muttleys out on track. I'm gonna step away for a second. Let you handle this, Ethan.
Well, currently we have, I guess I'll do a little rundown, being that most people have done their pit stops, as I need to pull up my map. It's ran away from me. Currently, as we do the running orders, the 18's in the pits, so they won't drop a position. They're currently running last. But currently overall leading by 1 lap, Matt Neal and Alex Hode in the 200 BMW. I believe that's based on it's based on a DTM livery. I can't think of the exact one off the top of my head. Next up, we've got Keyshawn Hall and Alex Alcroll, or Alish, currently running P2 in the 26. Slowly being chased down by the 33 of Toth and blanking on the name. So I gotta pull up the list again. This. Why am I blind? There it is. Lipit Wellick. Probably mispronounced that. But they are currently running third, slowly closing that gap on Keyshawn. Followed up in 4th place is Rusimov and his teammate of... Man, I should have these names down, but I don't. Rachnov, currently running their 22 Porsche. The purple, gold, and I believe purple, blue, I guess, and red machine. In 5th place, we have the 13 of Garcia, the Wacky Racers Corretes racing team. Followed up in 6th place as the 11, it's 18 as a drive-through. The 44 of Taylor Williams and Andrew Shaw, currently running with just behind them. I believe they're on the same lap, actually. It would seem so. Yes, the 100 is slowly reeling in the 44 car. And that is Gurgley. Then behind them, a little ways, a lot of ways actually, is the 98 of Corey Griffith. Followed up in 9th place is the 14 car. Gotta find that on my list. of Carlos Mazdea. Probably mispronounced that. I'm terrible with names. And then running in 10th place currently is the 88 of Ruben Lozano and their Lamborghini. They're that's the cartoon style. Oh, close to cartoon style. Not quite the one I was thinking from Daytona 24 a few years back. Followed up in last place currently, still running, is the 18 car of Diaz, Andrano Diaz. I will take a quick break here, so we will leave you to the engine sounds for a moment.
So if that's the case, Veer FF, and hopefully you've heard my complaints about the liveries going forward. The wacky racer mobiles are fantastic. I love them, and I hope they're here to stay. But unfortunately, the character selection has got to improve for the next couple races. I demand it going forward, sir. What I'd like to see is more than one Muttley. I want to see Dastardly Dan. I want to see Penelope Pitstop. I want to see Perfect Pete. You know, I got to see it, buddy. We got to see it, Perez. You're better than that. I love the livery. I love the action. I love the flair as we see the leader coming around the Lambo again. Through Maggots and Beckett's, practicing his patience. Oh, and not so much patience. And into the back of the Lambo he goes. Sends them around, but the Lambo gets it back, turned around the right way, and the Beamer is no worse for wear. Keeps on driving, and on to Stowe he goes. But that's Lozano with some roasted tires. Someone grab the skewers and chocolate, because we got s'mores. As Skull comes in and says, Matt ain't got no patience. Everybody from chat calling him out. Sorry, Matt, didn't mean to throw you out there, buddy.
Yeah, it looks like he, I guess he misjudged the closing speed on he had on Ruben, and kind of just drove into the back of him, not intentionally or anything.
Oh, 100%. Not intentional at all, but yeah, you got to look at it this way. Last lap for Matt Neal going around with a 59.5. Lozano's last was a 2:11.7, so just goes to show you, yeah, just absolutely misjudged the speed differential, and it's hard to judge something like that, to be fair, right?
Grab a snack or make some lunch, I don't know. A little hungry over here as the 18 is currently exploring the glass to see how that tastes.
The what did you
Don't
call
think that
it?
Porsche.
The glass? The glass?
The freshly mowed grass by the Porsche. don't think it's a finely tuned lawnmower as it's a finely tuned race car. But
I saw some major brand made a race lawnmower recently. I forgot who the hell it was. I think it was Lamborghini, right?
Lamborghini.
Right.
That's
Don't
fair.
they make the tractors or the lawnmowers now? I forgot what it
Correct.
was.
They were. I would believe so. They started out as probably everyone knows this. They started out as a tractor company, and then somehow got into racing.
That might be where I heard it from.
But Honda has their lawnmowers as well.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think my first motorized vehicle was a one of those tube frame pit bikes, right? Not even a pit bike. It was like a mini bike, right? With just like some tractor tires on it, basically, and it had a little Honda 6.5 or a 5.5 horsepower motor bolted just squarely in the middle of it. Solid drive, basically. It was just a chain attached to the fucking drive shaft. On back to the rear tires, foot pegs that didn't even fold up, so when you went a little too sideways, you just high side of the darn thing.
Just
Yeah. And Ethan, ask me how I know. I only know from
I wonder.
experience. Yeah. So I love anything Honda power. Those little motors. I bolted those things to my go-peds as well. Obviously the Chungyang versions of the Honda little 235s, stuff like that. Those things are bulletproof
Kind of at this point, I mean, they obviously still make cars and everything, but they're more of an engine manufacturer now in racing than anything, because they making Red Bull's engines still technically Red Bull, but not. It's weird, but
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have enough of Honda. Well, what do they call it? They have enough of Honda's development team has pretty much ventured off into the Formula One development of Red Bull racing. Right. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
I think Honda secured a lot of their internal combustion development employees and shipped them off to Red Bull, who have the finances to keep that kind of going. As Honda's made it very clear that they're looking for hydrogen and electric powered vehicles kind of faster than anybody else, I think.
Speaking of which, the Le Mans one, the H24 car, ran one of the free practice sessions at the circuit. Not really a fast lap because it's on pace with the LB3s and, well, I guess in between LB3 and GT3 because it ran at Imola and Michelin Cup, I believe. But it raced either Michelin Cup at Imola or ELMS. I can't remember which one of the two it did, but it ran one of those races. But it did run during 24-hour. It did want to run one of the free practice sessions.
Really?
Which is always cool to see. Yeah.
A Honda prototype, huh? Interesting to see.
Not the Honda prototype.
Oh, okay.
It was the H24 car that has been running around for who knows how long.
What
at
is
this
the
point.
H24 car? I'm unfamiliar with it.
Let me see.
Like what class or spec is it? I guess you put me in the right direction. As
Oh,
Keyshawn's now
yeah.
into the pits, and that's gonna dip him back towards Rusimov's direction, if I'm not mistaken. Shit! Here we go. Here we go. As we're gonna get back to Rusimov and Keyshawn. I think Rusimov's entering Brooklands and Lovefield now as Keyshawn's on the pit out. Oh no, he's at his pit stall right now.
Yeah, he's got one of the first pit boxes.
So,
I guess he joined
yeah,
the server
we've
first.
got time for Rusimov to make up as he gets to Brooklands now. And where is Keyshawn? Still in pit, not out yet.
No. It's usually a 30-35 second stop, full
This is
fuel
gonna
tires.
be close. What's the delta on his pit stop? I wonder. I can actually do that.
And he's rolling now as he gets passed by.
Oh, there's
Rusimov there.
Rusimov on
Oh, he goes off though.
Done, but Rusimov is busy watching the stream, I'm sure. Excited to find out that he's past Hall, as Hall's right behind now.
He changed his little rear view camera to the Twitch stream, obviously. You know, I didn't know have that.
Exactly.
Only the best.
The little LCD display for his rear view is now the Twitch stream. He's embedded that into his cockpit as he got a glimpse of himself on camera, made a mistake into cops, but he's still got a 2-second advantage over Hall.
Yeah, I think Hall's last lap was a 2:08, but that was awesome pit stop. Can I? No, my arrow keys decided to. Oh, because I'm pressing enter. That would explain. Yeah, last lap was a 2:02.3 by Russo. I can check to see what Keyshawn's latest lap was before the pit.
Better pace than that, and that's for sure. Rusumov has way better pace than that. A 2:02 is not indicative of his true pace, I don't think.
Let's see, Keyshawn Hall.
Keyshawn dipping in and out of the 2-second range now.
Well, I was going, I guess, to showcase the thing, but apparently it didn't want to work. Weird. But the H24 car. No, I sent a picture of it in commentators chat there. Basically, it's an LP3 style chassis with some modifications made to it. For the hydrogen engine, but it finally did its first few laps. Get back in here. But yeah. But it's actually pretty cool to see because it's always kind of just been, you know, doing some siding laps and, you know, all that. Recently we actually did a full free practice session and a race. Yeah, well, yeah, they had race data from Imola they ran earlier this year. I think that was the actual race it has done, which is always cool to see. I think it ended up finishing like top 15 or something weird like that. But who is Keyshawn making a move
inside
and gets it done? Nice little move by him.
Yeah. Very patient with that switchback. Carried the speed through Stone in the Vale and on the club. The move was completed. Looking good, but that's not going to be it from Rusumov as he's got the speed through the corner.
I think
Carried it through
Keyshawn messed up
Abbey.
his run. Yeah, Keyshawn, I think, let up a little too much or caught the inside curb. I don't know.
Oh, and a dive into the loop!
Good awareness driving by Keyshawn.
Wow, absolutely. But good on Rusumov for keeping onto it. It's not like that was a send without keeping on the apex because he absolutely kept on the apex. And they're side by side down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklyn side by side, continuing this. And they're going to hang on, but Keyshawn's going to have the inside for left field. No! Around the outside goes the Porsche, who's able to carry the mid-corner speed and carries it out to Woodcott.
I was about to say, yeah, he had a much better exit there at Brooklyn's because Keyshawn ran really wide. Keyshawn kind of had his nose in there, and then, you know, the late braking really helped Rusumov gain that position. But I think these two will be battling for a while now.
Absolutely, and I don't know if these guys are going to be able to keep it up because Toth, is in the car in second place. And if these guys stop fighting, they might be able to catch up, but if they keep this up, they're just going to be fighting for scraps of P3, no offense.
Yeah, I think 33 is actually closing in on the 200 car. I think they're trying to get a lap back at this point. Which would be interesting to see because that would play big into their hands if something happens to the 200 car. But it was interesting in that battle there, just a little snapshot of the big weaknesses and strengths of both these cars. Because you could see the Lamborghini just out-drag the Porsche on that straight.
Oh, 100%. That's a beautiful thing to see, and I think ACC does a great job of highlighting the difference differences of these cars, right? And the characteristics and personalities that they carry as far as weight transfer, balance, cornering, all that stuff is just so apparent when you see them driving side by side.
And I will say it's definitely noticeable in games like this in iRacing where you can just, each car has their own personality. But, this game does GT3s really well, purely the fact that it focused on GT3s for the majority of its life.
Yeah, I was going to say, it only does GT3, so you better do it perfectly, right? As Keyshawn on the inside. Wow.
Try and
This Brooklyn's
pulls what
again.
Rusimov did.
And
Not a
Rosimov
great
on
exit
the
there.
outside, going out to the green and touching the brown. That's not going to give him the speed he needs for this straight to keep up with this Lambo. As you said, has the horses to just carry out on the straight.
He put a little power down too early and kind of went wide through there. It's really easy to do through that corner. You just got to be really patient. It's not an easy corner, being it's usually second or third gear. You're usually just waiting to on throttle or holding right about quarter to half, just patient. And there's many corners like that at this track, I feel like.
Oh, I think most of these fast speed corners are a patience game, right? Especially when you talk about Stowe and Abbey. Both are very fast, and you want to get on the power super early, but you're almost better off getting on your deceleration zone sooner and carrying the speed through. Maybe not so much for Stowe because the straight isn't as big, but definitely for Abbey. You want to be patient with that let-off zone and patient with your acceleration, because going off on the inside is not necessarily where you want to be, and recovering on the grass is not the easiest thing to do.
As the 44 is around at Maggots and Beckett's again, but they get pointed the right way once again.
And does Taylor have any significant damage? Taylor Williams in the 44, like you said. Not
I
that
don't think
I'm
so.
seeing.
Yeah, they had a secondary pit stop earlier. Probably 30 minutes ago or something like that at this point, I don't know. But a little bit after they had that incident where they spun into the wall, a few laps later they came in the pit. So they've been running clean up until there, but I think they just kind of lost it mid-corner and just spun around on them.
I can see that, and I can definitely empathize with that, as I've done the same many times on the entrance of Maggots and Beckett's. They just carry a little bit too much speed on the entrance of the right-hander. That second part there. And you panic, pump the brake a little bit, and around you go towards the barrier and onto that grass that Silverstone likes to water oh so much, and turns it into an ice rink, I feel like.
Yeah, it does got some. I do like how they've done the runoffs here, because it's not entirely grass, it's not entirely gravel. It's a mix of some pavement, some gravel, and some grass. I think kind of a good way to do it. You still can run wide, but if you run off, you run into the grass. But if you do end up spinning close to the wall, you end up using you can have some traction on the tarmac, and then the gravel ends up slowing down if you end up far enough to get to the wall. It's a good balance.
Oh yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think if anybody's ever seen the exit of Maggots and Beckett's, it's kind of a safer version of Eau Rouge, let's say, where if you go off track at the wrong angle, you're headed right towards a barrier and back on track. But because of the speed people are carrying on the correct line, you don't exactly run back into them. So like you said, you hit the grass and the green stuff, it's gonna throw you off to where you're not being able to gain an advantage, but then the asphalt's there to allow you to recover the car and drive off and rejoin the racetrack without too much of a hindrance. So I agree with you. A lot of these corners, are strategically planned out to be pretty safe for recovery if you need it.
I believe, this section has stayed relatively the same since 2006 era Silverstone. Club became a little tighter. Lewis Hamilton straight used to go left instead of right at Abbey, and it would rejoin right around I can't think of the end of the section there, but the final little hairpin area. track has gone under many changes originally, and as you said earlier, around the time of Sebring, post-World War II era, very, I think it was like mainly straights, like 3 corners or something, in a weird layout.
Really?
I think someone had, but someone has an infographic or something of what Silverstone used to look like and all the changes it's gone through. But yeah, I think it's gone through. Yeah, let's see. It's gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different changes.
Wow.
But yeah, it's crazy to see. Oh, it's gonna upload 2 of them. I don't want that.
I wonder if Laguna Seca as Taylor Williams is now in.
No. He was close to the pit wall.
Oh.
That made it.
Just pulled a fakie out on me, as that's Gurgley. Gurgelli. Is actually into the pits in the 100 with the beautiful baby blue rims. And that's going to be his second service. And I think that's Gurgelli is who I was thinking of that was doing the ultimate fuel saving. Because this is only his second pit now. So he's definitely pushing his fuel tank to the limit now.
Where's the FIA at for the spinning tire while he's at the pit stop? Gosh, I did.
Was he spinning while he's up on a stand?
Yeah, it's a little ACC glitch type thing, just a visual thing.
Oh, okay.
It's like, why is it moving? Where's this, 5-minute stop and hold or whatever?
And the tires are just rotating. Yeah.
I remember, I believe it was the same year actually that they ended up getting disqualified, or one of the cars got disqualified. No, 2 of the cars got disqualified, I thought. But Le Mans 24, one of the final years Ford was running the GT, they had 5 cars. The standard, 2 UK teams and then 2 US teams. But then they had Keating running an AM. They ended up, I think that one and the 68 car was one ended up getting fuel infringements and getting disqualified. And originally I think it was like because they had like 0.1 or 0.2 leached, a very minute amount of fuel. It was like, oh yeah, originally we were gonna give you like 3-minute time penalty or whatever, but now we're just getting disqualified. It's like, oh cool, because yeah, that happened.
What?
But yeah, it was. You can look it up. I can't remember what exactly it was, but throughout that, they had like these stupidest penalties. I felt like they were being handed, like you can't burn, like the whole can't burn out coming out of the pit box. They had a few of those, it's just like, and Keating still managed to win.
Wow,
before
despite
he
all the
got
penalties,
disqualified.
before the disqualifications. Wow.
But I believe it was 2019. I want to say 2019 or 2018.
It was definitely not the 2018 because I just watched the 2018 Le Mans. That's where I have all my goofy clips from. Of like the Ferrari man with the mask over his face and the guy absolutely trying to rip off every piece of bodywork he can from his prototype to get it back to the pit lane, and it just unfortunately catching on fire the moment he started it up again.
Oh gosh, that sounds like the Bicales.
He was literally on the side of the road for like 3 hours trying to rip off the bodywork to get it to get approved to go back on the road, and the second he fires it up, it just instantly catches on fire. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, let me see. Post race, yeah. Yeah, so the FIA originally imposed a 55.2 second time penalty on Keating's car for a minimum refueling time at the pit stop was less than 45 seconds, because that was a thing. And so because they were doing it like 44.4 seconds each time, they then multiplied it by how many pit stops, and then with
wow, so it just stacked up. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and then later it was disqualified because the fuel tank had a 0.1 liter more than the maximum capacity. You're just like, really? Because it was It was them.
Well,
and
I
then
can
the
kind of see that
67.
because that's just a violation of the rules at that point, right? As the 14
Kind of,
gets
yeah,
one
I
back on the 100, it looks like, trying to get his lap back. That's Elaine Gonzalez getting back on
Yeah,
about.
but it is just like 0.1 liter.
But who knows? That's an unquantifiable amount. I mean, so basically, there is
Yeah.
everything matters.
Exactly.
There's not anything that's able to be left on the table to say that you didn't try your best. You know what I mean?
But yeah, that's according to this. Keating stated that part of the whole why they gained that 6/10 back in the fueling was because of a bladder that would expand.
Oh wow, due to pressure or
Yeah.
something, huh?
Exactly. So it gained them that little minute amount of time.
Wow, that's
And,
actually crazy. And that okay, you get a little bit more sympathy out of me for that, okay?
But
That's pretty fair.
yeah, I think it was Porsche. One of the Porsche teams, I think, the year before or something, tried messing with the fuel rig to gain time, and it's like, no, you can't do that. Like, and that's fair reason, like.
Yeah.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
messing with
I've
the
heard about that, like lifting up the fuel pod or whatever it is by a little bit. Like there was a big argument at VIR, I guess, for the GT3s. That's why they just recently did a lot of development there at the racetrack, because I guess at one end of the pit stall, your fuel rate would be better than at the other end of the pit stall because of how high the elevation change was. I was like, what? That's a thing? They're like, yeah, try to jump over the wall. It's a big difference, is what they were saying on this podcast. So quite remarkable to hear that.
Yeah, it's again, in endurance racing compared to like F1 sprint type racing where certain things are fixed and such, it is
Right.
crazy to see what people try and find within the rules and loopholes. Like, I mean, even in F1 people find random loopholes, i.e. Mercedes side pods or their DAS and all other things you can name, double
sure.
diffusers. It's just like people manage to find loopholes in the things, and it's crazy.
Yeah, that's where all this development comes from, right? It's I guess the FIA's direction is we want to go in this direction as far as look and efficiency and logistics wise, and then you're right. Every developing car goes, or every developing manufacturer goes, okay, where's the white line here, and how do I tiptoe near it, around it, as close as I can get, and what's not even in the rules that I could just create out of thin air or omit completely and not have to worry about.
And that was the thing at Monaco when Perez and Verstappen went quote-unquote over the line. In reality, they just touched it on exit. But Perez never touched it in general. Perez just stayed clear of it and whatever. But Verstappen was the one everyone had seen. And he had touched it. And it's like, well, he never really gained an advantage because he didn't go over to a defender or anything. Right, he did touch the line, but there's not really much advantage that he would have gained. And yeah, that was the whole, gray areas in the rulebook that you can, get.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
The hundreds.
Who are you looking at? You're looking at the 100 Bauer.
Bauer, yeah, he had a little spin there.
And he had the clutch pulled in, so he was able to get it spun around in reverse and get back turned around the right way. And that looks like Fatal Maggots and Beckett's, as we know and love. Who are we on board with now? 13 of Carlos Garcia. And that is the 100 right behind him. So, yep, that was Maggots and Beckett's, and on their way over to Stowe. But yeah, it's very interesting, as I'm just getting into IMSA, over the past couple of years and following it as closely as I can. And it's interesting to watch the technical regulations or BOP changes on some of the cars as they come through the pipeworks. Like the Corvette obviously is getting homologated for the following year, I believe. And then Beamer's new, obviously, to the category, or excuse me, is a new car, but was manufactured for GT3s. So they're having a they're not getting as much punishment as the Corvette has been.
And Yeah, it's because the Corvette was built on the GT Pro category, which has since fallen apart due to the fact that people were slowly leaving, and fair enough. It was a good category racing, great drivers, pro drivers, but very specific and manufacturer based in both series. So if you didn't really have much manufacturer support, or because like BMW US, that was kind of their whole thing was the fact that, or I guess it's BMW North America. That's why Rahal Letterman Lanigan was running it solo for the longest time. Is they just never had any support, basically.
Yeah.
But it's crazy that the only thing they did was kind of just, I think they did a few other things, but they mainly just said, okay, we're going to take a lot of your power away, but you still have the downforce level of the GTE Pro car. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know what they're. Yeah, I don't really understand the logic with that either, because it just gets more confusing, because at the beginning of this conversation, I thought this was all going to be great. I thought everybody was going to be racing GT3s from now on. I thought that was the whole gimmick that we were being sold on. And then now it sounds like, there's going to be a GT3 premium category that's going to be introduced elsewhere also. And it sounds like there's more aero packages being available and categories thrown around again. This sounds like we're rehashing the old categories again. Ethan, like, how do you explain that to me, where we were promised GT3s across the board, and now I'm hearing that there's going to be wait, hold on, there's going to be GT3s, then there's going to be GT3 premium, then we're going to still have GTE AM, and we're still going to have we're still going to have GT Pro, and they're going to have different packages, and they're going to be different from each other, that way they don't mix up, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, are the cars going to be the same or not? I guess the answer is no.
Yeah, and it's I haven't looked much into it. I know Corvette itself Corvette Chevy, I guess it's the same brand, which is a very particular car. I don't think it's the Corvette GT3. I think it's gonna be Camaro GT3 or something. I don't know, but that was gonna be, as a 13 is around at Village in the Loop. They're kind of stopped there.
And he is stop doing the pit stop moonwalk for us.
I think
that might be a DC.
Yeah, I think it might be disconnecting.
That looks like a desync. It smells like one, as the 18 is able to drive around and almost through him. And I wish we were able to grab all the drivers and do a race director and say, caution, car stopped at the loop.
Yeah, I don't. Sadly, if Discord had a TeamSpeak style way of setting things up, that would be cool.
Right, a little broadcasting setup or something like that. Yeah.
Because TeamSpeak is, I think their car is completely disconnected.
And Rusimov. Oh no. Rusi, what happened? There's a big yellow from him, but maybe just going wide, triggering the notification for me, and not
as the car is clear
deadly.
now.
Yep. Gosh darn it. That's definitely not what we want to see.
No.
13 was doing great work, and he's definitely going to be in the mix for some battles towards the end here. Hopefully they can get back in this and may only be a lap down on some of the opponents around him.
Yeah, they were, I believe, running 6th or 7th. I can't remember exactly. They were running up there.
And as long as they rejoin properly with the number 1 driver, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. The way ACC is set up.
So their game crashed.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it. Happens during some of these endurance races. We had that happen to us during a 24-hour in which, as soon as one of the drivers went in for a pit stop, I believe, he crashed right at the top of the hill, but I was able to get in the car right away and rejoin and get us just a lap down, fortunately enough.
The 14 looks like decent as well. I remember
the 14.
First endurance race with GRG on iRacing. Back in the mall, 24 still running iRacing. This is probably 2019, so 2019, 2020. we ran. No, it would have been 2019. We tried running a car. We were going to do the Friday night split. So the U.S. Started 8 a.m. or started 8 p.m. Eastern, and at 8 p.m. Eastern the next day. Lo and behold, we get there. We're going through the first lap. And I believe I got caught up in an incident at some point. I started the car, we're just doing our own thing. Probably 5 minutes in, I start seeing my quality drop. And the quality bar in iRacing basically tells you, hey, this is your connection to the server. If it drops below 50% for X amount of period, you will, you'll be disconnected.
Oh no.
So yeah, I'm slowly watching this bar like, it's dropping. Uh-oh, it's not coming back up, is it? And just, slowly, and then ended up I think going towards Indianapolis or something. It disconnects. Like, oh great, cool. So I get kicked from the server. They like, oh crap, and so they jump in the car. I think there was somehow damage on it, or might not, but they just ended up having like the 3-minute tow or whatever it was.
Yeah.
They jump back in the car and like, well, do you want to continue? Not really. We ended up, I think, retiring the car that day. But we did race it the next day on the Saturday, and lo and behold, announcement was made on the forums like, yeah, apparently there's a whole game crash thing based on how people like, just my luck. So yeah,
Wow.
that's what happened that day. But definitely, regardless of system preferences and all that, it just happens at random, and it might not even be your fault. It might just be a server based thing. But I think that is like the only time I've actually disconnected from iRacing. Which is surprising.
Oh, and someone has rejoined. That is Garcia, back in 8th place in the pits, though. Hopefully he doesn't have too long of a waiting period to get back going.
Ooh, is the 22s around? Snap over here there. But
Rusi.
they're keeping on the tarmac, so. The 15 car looks to be in place of the 14 car. Apparently they issue rejoining, because they are the second driver, not the first.
Shoot.
So I probably will write up a mandate thing about that, because I think that's something I've noticed, is that when the not first driver joins, causes issues. Are we right back?
Yep. And that looks to be 100% of the issue as Corey Griffith gets out of the way promptly for Keyshawn.
We back.
Alrighty.
The future. Nope. Stop dying over there. No need people dying. Currently a little lull period. I think the next set of pit stops are about to begin. The final ones actually may not hear about. Oh, and speaking of which, the 22 of Rusumov is in for their final pit stop. They should be able to make it to the end, but it's tight, I would say.
Thank you for the reminder, because I just remembered to save the replay again, so I've got almost all of it.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I know I obviously missed that first hour due to work, so I will.
Unacceptable.
Yeah,
Unacceptable.
not allowed.
Yep, there's Rusumov into the pits, like you said. Yep.
The interesting thing to see is, will he be able to make it to the pits? Fuel stint wise, possibly, probably a lot of fuel saving, but it's possible.
Who's that? Who are you talking about? My boy in the 100,
Rusumov.
Mr. Bauer? Oh.
Cause the thing is, he's putting it with 1 minute 8, 1 minute 9 to go, and if a full tank can, take you about 1 hour easily. 105 probably usually.
65, yeah, I would say. Most cars can do 65 easily, other than the Merc, right? Has to do a little bit of fuel saving, maybe.
Probably, yeah. Can't remember. I haven't driven that one in a while. But yeah, 109. You'd have to save fuel. It's possible, not out of the question, but you're definitely gonna have to be driving conservative more than anything.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think he's definitely going to be playing the pit stop game with Keyshawn. And I think they're both aware of that because they were watching stream too, so they have all the data that we can give them. Excuse me. As Keyshawn's just driving on his own and has been doing this whole 4 hours solo, so he's got no strategy other than the stuff that's been in his head.
Yeah, unless Alish somehow shows up, we'll probably get disqualified due to the minimum drive time of 60 minutes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I hate doing it, but it's sadly news. I haven't seen him down there. Nope, he's still all alone. What?
And I'll let you know exactly what just happened, Ethan. My dog came by me, and she looked at me so sadly, I had to rub her head, and you know what her head is covered in.
Oh no.
I mean, it's like cleaned and wiped off. My hand definitely smells like another dog's. You know what? So I'm going to step away for a second to go wash my hand, but sacrifices I make for y'all, okay?
It's always the dogs. I guess he's taking your place for this round. I think that's what he's planning on doing. They have to share the spins for both for your car. Will probably give us a rundown. About an hour left in the race or so. But I will take a quick break.
And perfect timing because I have just returned to give us the rundown on Rusimov chasing down Taylor Williams. This is now 1.5 seconds away from being another Texas showdown between these two cars. And we've constantly talked about the differences of these cars in ACC. Let's see the Audi work its magic to defend against the Porsche. We've seen it before, let's see it again. Let's see how Taylor Williams straight line speed to his advantage and the brake power that he'll be able to have. Actually, I take that back. Maybe the braking power is about the same between the Porsche and the Audi. The primary difference would be the mid-corner speed that the Porsche is able to carry. We saw it there. Rusimov carried way more speed mid-corner than the Audi was. The Audi having to be quite a bit more patient with the auto. Before getting out of that turn, that's for sure. And now the 33 getting involved. That's Sandor Toth. Oh no! And side by side, he thought he was being let by. Oh no, just like Williams, Rusimov must have thought that he was getting let by, and now it's the side-by-side door banging with Toth. Toth getting the raw end of that deal, losing out a ton of time, 10 seconds at least. Oh man, not the way you want that to happen, as we've seen the Rusimov team off-pace racing getting a lot of screen time and being involved in a lot of action here for the 4-hour opener. close that gap back down for Taylor Williams almost instantly. Just can't hear us when the cam is inside the car. Gosh darn it. I'll turn AC down just a hair more. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting us know, Skull. I appreciate you letting us know things like that. As we saw the back and forth happen as I was adjusting the audio. I'm so sorry. Bad time to do that.
A little bump there.
A little bump in the rump back as the switchback was done. The Audi having the pace mid-corner this time over the Porsche. Ooh, as the 44 Taylor Williams trying his best, everything he has in the tank to push to keep up. He definitely wants this move back. Sandor Todd's in the pit. That'll be the last for him for sure before the end of the race. As we were watching Taylor saw at the wheel. The exit a stow, trying to make sure he keeps it on track. But I think Taylor's got to have one more pit stop in him. This might not be the battle he's looking for. Man, and Keyshawn is back into P2 there because of Todd's pit stop. I think Keyshawn has a baby pit stop remaining. Will be under an hour for him, so quick stop might double stint the tires and only take fuel, or let's see what he's going to be creative about. The 98 and the 13 getting added as the 100's got yellow on them.
Oh yeah, he's off there. Maggots and Beckett's
100 off again.
caused him to go around, but seems to be the place where everyone's losing it. I was surprised. Not an easy corners or side corners through the weight transfer and the speed we take from them.
Ooh, there's a 13 around the outside. That farm curve around the 98 of Corey Griffith getting his lap back. 3
And
down.
Shaw now, or Williams in the pits rather. Now have 1 hour left in the race. Oh, 18 around.
There's 18, yeah, parked on the side of the road. That looks somewhat terminal now. Taylor Williams, though, in the pit lane. Looks to be parked right behind Keyshawn's pit stall. Interesting to see where Taylor's going to end up now, and if he passes the car back over to his teammate or not.
Maybe. Let's see. Oh, no, not you, Windows. Nope, Williams taking the car to the end. It seems.
He's going to take it. He's been driving for quite some time, though. Man, he's got to be a little winded or a little tired at least. I feel like this is his third stint in a row.
Yeah, triple stint. Definitely not easy. Silverstone, not a hard track. Definitely not an easy track. Lamar, definitely triple stint around there.
Yeah, understood.
Spa, probably unthinkable. I mean, not unthinkable, but you know.
Yeah, you'd
triple
be
stint around
real
Nürburgring,
tired.
unthinkable.
Yeah, you'd be real tired doing a triple around Spa.
As Toff is
Todd
off.
having more errors. I think that incident, that side by side with Rusimov really threw him for a loop as they're back on the same lap. Are
Oh,
you
yeah.
kidding me?
Now, there's a decent gap between them. We know Toth is good on fuel. Rusimov, questionable.
Yeah, like you said, Rusimov, has to do an hour 9 almost on that pit strategy he has. So if he's pushing this hard, do you think he has the fuel to make it to the end?
We'll see. I don't know. Oh, is the 88 really deep there at entry? Missed their braking zone. Real question is, where will Keyshawn slot in all this? Will he slot out between them or ahead of them? Because he's fighting them for position now that, you know, the 33 has made their final stop and had those 2 instants. Because the leader and the 98 car are in the pits now. So Alex will now jump back in the car. Let's see, no, that's a 33. They're getting their lap back. Where's Keyshawn? Keyshawn's Keyshawn's still 2 laps down from them. As the 88 now comes down pit road as well. So everyone coming in for their final stops, hopefully. No more planned ones, rather.
I think that's right. No more planned pit stops, right? Other than
Correct.
Rusimov for the emergency at the end he's about to
Yeah,
have.
a splash for them, if anything. Also, just noticed that the 18 car must have retired at some point.
Aha, they were pulled off on the side of the road somewhere, and they must have finally
Definitely
given
not
up.
a great day in the office, but, you know, always nice to see people show up at least.
Yep, they showed up, they tried, and they were out on track and filling up the space, so that was nice to see.
They definitely weren't, at least from some questionable stuff. For the most part, they stayed fairly out of the way.
I believe that's the best way to describe it. Yeah, they were driving their race and they stayed out of the way and they had their moments, but yeah, they didn't interfere with anything or anybody. 33 in the 100. That's Toth getting by Bauer.
I think everyone in this race has kind of seen a little bit of the action. You know, sometimes there's times I'm watching a race and I'm like, oh, that car existed, like, you know, pure Gasly, just like, oh, somehow snuck his way to 6th place or something. There are definitely drivers like that.
Yeah. Well,
but not today.
I think Keyshawn still has to pit. I forgot about him. Hold on.
Correct. Yes. So he will.
He might not actually lose out a lot. He's gonna come out right behind Toth, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna. I'm willing to put money on it that Keyshawn's gonna come out 10 seconds to 20 seconds ahead of Rusimov.
Yeah, I'd say probably right.
Because I think
maybe
also, or maybe even ahead of Toth, because if Keyshawn's reading the situation the way that we are, he's probably going to be thinking that he should double stint the tires, take a splash and dash to the end, right? And just keep on driving, or no? Because at this rate, I think he's going to only have 45 to the end, maybe? Question mark? And Skull, let us know if the audio got any better, please. I did turn down ACC a little bit and wrote down the number it's at now, so hopefully that's fixed.
I opened up the pit wall page. So Keyshawn last pit on.
Right on. Thank you, Skull. Appreciate it.
Keyshawn's last pit stop was on 22 laps ago, which is currently 45 minutes. So he's still got a ways to go on his fuel. Might be a little half pit stop if anything.
44 minutes or 45 minutes ago, like you said. We got another 10 on him, so yeah, 40 minutes left. Yeah, so let's see. Maybe Bauer has to pit again, actually. His last stop was at 1:15 remaining, roughly. That's going to send him down the order for sure.
Guess for now I will do a little rundown on our final 51 minutes of the race.
Yes, please. We're waiting for that. You said you were going to do it when you came back, and you never did it.
And then everything went happen. Everything happened, and we decided to pit. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll hold off. Currently, Alex Hode piloting the 200 car. Nice one lap lead, probably 2 after the pit stops. Followed up in second place by Keyshawn Hall as the 88 actually goes off there at Abbey. Keyshawn there running second place. Probably just gonna solo this entire 4 hour. He has a pretty decent gap on the 33 car, so depending on how his pit stop goes, he will probably actually end up in front of them. Speaking of the 33 car, they are running third place at the moment. Toth. Currently running fast laps of 201.5. But don't know if that's enough to close the gap on Keyshawn. Ways back from them in fourth place is Rusamov, again running 201s as well, piloting that 22 car to the end. Close on fuel, so we'll see. They hopefully don't have to make a splash, but it's tight based on where they pit. 44 car of Taylor Williams, kind of just in no man's land at the moment. No one in front, no one behind. Running 5th place in the 44. Behind them is the 100 of Bauer, running 6th place. Believe, yes, them. The 98 car is on the same lap as them. 98 trying to catch them, it seems. And they are back in 7th place, running faster laps at 201.7, or 201.1 actually, compared to the last lap of 205.1 by Bauer. So it's possible we might see a late race battle between the 98 and the 100 for 6th place. In 8th place, after their game crash, the 13 car is driven by Garcia. Just holding on at the moment, looking to finish. They'll probably end up finishing 8th place in some kind unless some kind of incident happens between the cars ahead. Running 9th place, making their final stop now is the 88 of Ruben Lorenzo. Currently just holding on as well. He'll probably be the last classified runner because the 15, more so the 14 car, we'd have to count back the laps to be sure, but they are currently running. They're listed as 10th place, but I don't know their actual position at this moment in time. But Carlos Mazday is currently piloting to the end. I believe they've made their final stop.
That's when you say, now back to you.
I was just waiting. I was like, when will you take over?
As the flashy comes out from top, out onto the 15, like you said, the unclassified car. I'm sure Toth is like, who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing out on track? Get out of my way, bro. He's got Rusamov hot on his tail and trying to close down a gap in 48 minutes minutes or less. That's not a fire sale that you should be hoping for, Todd. You are getting held up a little bit here, but you know what's going to be more costly than being held up is an inky dink. And having some damage to boot to slow down the lap times will not help, so bide your time and be patient, because Rusumov also has some people to fight his way through, because he's got to get his way past, I believe that's Bauer between the two of them, and maybe Taylor Williams to boot. So we'll see how that unfolds. A lot of traffic is going to play a big part in the last 47 minutes of this 4-hour round 1 endurance championship here. GRG eSports.
Yes, this is the first round of 4. Mainly 4-hour races. There's 3 rounds, and then the next round actually is the 6-hour Monza.
Ooh,
So
that sounds like fun. And like you said,
Yeah.
championship signups were opening tonight or tomorrow, you said?
yes, I'll send that password out on Simracing GP. Feel free to join the Discord. I think Nightbot has a link in it for that. But yeah, come join the Discord. Next race will open up soon. Please be sure to make sure you selected the right car. This will be a single class race. The whole nonsense pro and GOG thing going on is a miscalculation. A lot of cars could have changed. So. But yeah.
All right, single class, no stint limit, it looks like. So the whole 65-minute restrictor is basically out the window. So plan accordingly. Bring out the Bentleys and run for as long as you can, or bring a Merc and go for the shortest times out on track. Whichever way you cut it, make sure you run your lap times as fast as you can and get creative with it too, because you got to be signed up with a partner, right? Unless you have a emergency or a dropout for whatever reason. This is supposed to be a team event. Team championship.
Correct, yes. Team-based. Again, you can put whatever drivers in the car, basically just counting the car itself. But, yeah.
So that's cool. You could run, 3 different people across the 4 different races, if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, prefer that everyone stays the same, but we know obviously things happen, so.
Yeah, schedules change, things come up, things like that. But if you have a group of friends you like running a specific car with, it's definitely something you could sign up for and kind of just drop in and help out and drop out and take a break if you need to. It's a nice way to run it.
And it's Garcia in the pits once again. I guess they're making their final stop now. They will easily go to the end.
Garcia. He reminds me of a West Side Story. Martin reference, or just leave it hanging like that?
I did not get the reference.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a disappointment, it's fine.
You sure are. As Bruner is only 2 seconds back on Bauer. This is the battle I had my sights on. That's for sure.
Yep, slowly making their way back.
Is he walking fast?
He's walking fast.
Is he passing faces?
He
Is
is.
he homebound? Oh, shit. He is closing. Look at that speed.
I believe, yeah, 2:01.9 of that last lap compared to a 2:04.8.
Yeah.
So clearly 3 seconds difference is going to show.
Yes, it is. That 100. I wish we had. I will get this prepared more for next time. We would aptly like it. The Jaws music soundboard has got to come out, because I anticipate these moves happening so far in advance. We could have it going right now. Dun 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 dun. He's so perfect. He's so perfect.
If only there's probably a copyright-free one we have hiding around somewhere we can find.
I know a guy who can get it composed. I know a guy as, oh, baby, on the outside of Maggots and Beckett's. Nope, that's not. That's the front straight there.
No, yeah, I was about to say, that's Club, my guy.
Yep, and into Cup, but he knows what Christian Horner says. That's Abby, because I am absolutely lost on this track.
I was just like, you're going backwards around the
Yeah,
track.
sure am. I mean, you know what, Ethan? One of these corners that I just throw out will be right. Okay, let me have it.
I don't know with where you're going. I don't know. Bruner getting a good run off of the loop and farm.
Yeah.
Might make a move down here as Williams off there. Beckett's. Oh, as he goes deep and hits
Doored
the 100 out of
100.
the corner.
Oh.
You can't do that.
And as
That was
Alex
bad.
Hode had the best view of that accident, we'll ask his opinion after the race to see who was at fault. Be the race steward of that incident. He was patiently waiting as those guys closed the door on each other, unfortunately.
And that one will definitely be looked at after the race due to the fact that what it was for position and how it kind of turned out.
Definitely a casualty resulting incident. And definitely not something you want to see in the last 40 minutes, but that doesn't mean that battle's over yet.
And so 3 wide there for a moment.
Yeah, for a moment, that Lambo getting involved in a location he didn't want anything to do with. And the 98 of Will Bruner just running away. Right? Just getting, when he saw the opportunity to get past the 100, took it and absolutely ran away like, I'm not waiting for anybody. Probably gives it back, thinking better of his position now. As the 200 wanted to get past, is obviously faster.
Welcome, Camara. We are currently watching the final 40 minutes. Well, 41, less than 41 at this point. As the 22 looking to get around the 98 of Bruner. Might make a dive down the inside. Ooh, try to make a dive almost.
Oh, I wasn't even watching it, but now it's there on the 22, so that perfect narration, all for naught.
Luckily, they're not battling for position. It's just a blue flag. So.
Oh, just an ordinary blue flag, no big
Yeah,
deal.
just, casual blue flag. Something's fine.
Not the tomfoolery here.
All the tomfoolery.
And shenanigans, don't forget about the shenanigans.
Oh yes, can't forget about those.
God, that 22 has seen some better days. Buchanan's going to be scraping off tire or rubber and maybe just throwing away the bodywork after this. There's no point in repairing any of that plastic anymore. That stuff has seen some better days and quite a few scuffs across the back and front now.
I don't think, at least the current pace they're running, I don't think the 22 will catch the 33. 33 is kind of slowly pulling away from them actually with running about, not quite a second a lap faster, but around there.
Right around there, it's safe to say.
22 runs a little wide there. But
it doesn't mean that there can't be a mistake, and let's not forget our boy Keyshawn still needs to stop sometime.
yeah, he does. Let me look at our
There's
stick
no
timer series
way.
now.
There's no way that he can keep going like this without some sort of major consequence down the road.
His current stint timer is 59:14.
Unbelievable.
So he's bound to pit within the next few laps.
I think he's got to go for the splash and dash at this point. If that's the strategy he's pulled out, the only thing that makes sense now is to not take tires and take a splash and dash to the very end.
True.
And the other question I have is, will the battle between Bruner and Lauer ever come back together like a swift no?
Yeah, I think Bruner had infinitely more pace at this stage in the race than Bauer, so I don't think Yeah, we'll come back to battle again.
I think so. Yeah, he did. And unfortunately, and maybe, stop me where you want to stop me as far as incident discussion goes. And however you guys deal with it, enlighten me and tell me how you stop it. When something like that happens, I would wish to see that driver kind of made out better after the incident, able to pull over safely and wait for that battle to kind of restart. I know that doesn't fix anything because you guys are obviously still fighting other people on track and have other things going on, but that's what I wanted to see is see Bruno and Ballard go at it again for the next 30 minutes. And like you said, the pace was there. We could have made it happen any time. We didn't have to go down that far.
And we definitely had, discussions of, well, should we, allow drivers to, give up, if they so choose to give up, the time in a safe manner, they can. But, depends on the way they do it, obviously. But it doesn't, might not be the penalty itself, but they can still do it, in terms of respect, like, my bad. But
yeah, and hugely, like if you have an incident at Bathurst, right, on top of the mountain, you're not pulling over to give anyone in position there, right? Like that is not the correct time, opportunity, or place to do something like that. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's driver's discretion. It's what's going on around you. It's a momentary decision too. It's almost impossible to make on your own. So I agree. It's very hard to say what's the right thing to do, and I think that's true for most racing, right? And I'm sure with incident discussion or stewarding as well, you can't throw a replay at one incident and say, well, this is exactly like this incident. Well, they're never quite, right? They're never quite the same.
Exactly.
They're close, but not the same. It's different situations. It's different timing. It's everything.
And there's definitely times when people, try and appeal something and they kind of send, they send a clip, but it's like kind of, it only shows certain angles and angles that, would benefit their thing. It's
that
like
flatter the situation, right? Yeah.
Exactly. It's like we can't really review that due to the fact that it's not fair, and the fact that we can't look top down. We can't get a good side by side. We can't look at both drivers' inputs. We're just looking at one.
Yeah.
And that is one of those things that sometimes can't be fixed, but in other ways it can, and there are ways around it. But
Yeah, and I think it's definitely hard to go through those, like you said, because everybody wants just show me the HUD on, show me your cockpit view with the steering wheel, show me that of your car, show me that of the opposing car, and then give me a chase cam too, and we'll see what best we can do. Because there's so many other camera angles that distort the perspective. And then the other one that kind of drives me nuts sometimes is when people review an incident and the first thing they do is they press play in slow-mo. I'm like, ugh! Like you've instantly ruined the integrity of what you just watched by having more time to decide on what happened, right?
yeah, it's
Like
definitely looking at the whole.
You got to look at it wholly first, from both sides at full speed, and then maybe you can slow it down to say, okay, well, who turned in where, to try to analyze it. But when you first look at it, can't be in slow-mo to try to figure out what's going on. It's got to just be the raw footage almost.
And that's always, not just in racing and sim racing or anything, just any sports that have review processes. They're always like, well, New York or wherever they have their, review place based, they always have more camera angles. It's true. They have, these comparative to what most drivers are seeing, they're on board or this or what gets shown on television. There's, there's top downs, there's telemetry, there's, throttle inputs, there's things like that not everyone sees, but is there. It's little hidden things. So the 15 is in now for their pit stop.
And Mr. Keyshawn has got to be, he's got to be two laps out max at this point.
He's an hour 4 on his stint. Almost an hour 5. It's almost 4 o'clock.
And I might as well hit save replay for the last time here. to share those, mister?
I guess just upload them to Google Drive and send them that way if you can.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever you
I
want to
do
do.
have the space. I had to upgrade because I went to go create one more Google Sheet for work the other day, and it told me, nope. I was like, why? You have
That
no
is,
more space, dude.
I can't remember if it's theirs or I can't remember what Apple's rate is, but I think both companies have a decent rate. It's like, oh yeah, pay like an extra, $1 or $5 or whatever, and you get like 100 gigabytes. And it's like, oh, okay, like, I don't quite need that much, but for the $5 I'm paying a month, it's not terrible.
Yeah, I think it was like $1.99 a month for the first 6 months or whatever. I was like, okay, I'll buy this for the next 6 months. And the first thing I did was I took all my photos off of the Google Drive and I downloaded them, put them on the hard drive. I was like, okay, well that's done. I was like, as soon as I get wiped, I'm okay again. As the 13 gets out of the way promptly for the 200, as they get through Love Field. Looking at the action on track, the only thing that's going to keep me excited right now is to find out what Keyshawn Hall is up to.
I don't know. I can't go. I mean, I could go into the mind of Keyshawn Hall and
We
badger
don't
him.
have to go in the mind of Keyshawn Hall. We can bring the mind of Keyshawn Hall to us here at GRG eSports.
It's the in-driver, radio.
Where is he? Do I have the power to do this?
I don't know.
No, I don't. I don't have the power
I
to
have
do
the
it.
power to do so, but
I
will
can
not do so.
see it.
Speaking of the power to do so, he's in now.
In goes Keyshawn Hall, and let's keep an eye on how long he stopped for to give us an indicator of if he's
After an
taking tires.
hour and 7 minutes and 10 seconds, he's in.
Wow. And for Keyshawn, this will be a 3 hour, 30 minutes drive for him as he approaches the last stop of the night for him. And I doubt he's going to want to get into the rig or stay in the rig and do any more riding or driving today on this Saturday. But who knows? He could be as insane as the rest of us, as I have to get out of the booth here, go grab something to eat and walk the dog, and then I've got another broadcast that starts in about an hour from when this one ends. So I am in for a busy night myself. A glutton for punishment, apparently.
Oh, good luck.
Thank you.
Matt killing people, shaking my head. I don't know if he's in the Twitch chat there, Matt. I think he's probably in Twitch chat though, because you say something about the out there. Okay, perfectly. Already on the ball. Already know what you're doing.
Yeah. And see, that's the kind of people you're racing with at a good racing group.
It's funny that thinking back on it, is the fact that we went from good racing group GRG, and then to GRG eSports. So it's like good racing group eSports. I mean it works in the sim racing mindset, kind of. It fits. It's a little abstract, but it's it's interesting sometimes when you put it all together.
Well, it's great because it rolls off the tongue and it sounds so official, but like for me, when I started thinking about it and I was getting ready for this broadcast, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, but what, I'm trying to get ready and I'm working with Case to get the broadcast ready. I think one of my first questions to her was, hey, what does GRG stands for? And they were like, well, it doesn't really mean anything. And I was like, wait, what?
I mean, when we were an original conception, started by some guy, Chris, started on
Who's
Xbox,
no longer
basically.
with us.
Yeah,
basically.
no longer with us. Yeah, I mean, he didn't die, but he disappeared, and then that kind of happened. But basically, he started this group, Project Cars 2, and how he got how we got people into it was just, you know, hosting public lobbies and doing the looking for group post. And Project Cars Racing was basically, we did that for a year, 2 years, I think, all on Xbox One.
Wow.
And that was our sim. Great racing group. But yeah, that was where we started. And then, you know, eventually, after Chris left and the whole nonsense happened, we took a little hiatus, and then we came back on PC and Assetto Corsa.
Now, just to make things clear, when you say Xbox One, you don't mean the original Xbox. You mean the actual, like the one that came after the Xbox 360.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No. Project Cars 2. We would probably be playing, like, you know, whatever racing game was probably on there. I guess it was the first Forza was the only one at that time.
That's what I was thinking.
But,
I was like, was there just Forza around, or what was there? But I just want to make sure that you guys weren't talking about like the original Project Cars or anything like that.
no, I know Keyshawn and some of them did dabble with that, but I know our group started on Project Cars 2, which is
stuff.
that's the one that like got me into sim racing. Like I did play, you know, Forza Motorsport 3 and Horizon 1 and then Horizon 3, but you know, I never did anything other than those for the most part. Maybe a few NASCAR games here and there.
I think my favorite racing game or my favorite like car game was Spy Hunter when I was a kid. Not sure if that qualifies as a sim, but it did in my heart. And Excite Bike was obviously a crowd favorite, as that was
Excite
always able to grab for next to nothing. Ooh, Rusimov, what are you up to, buddy? Having a moment again. Hopefully he's not going wide anywhere at Abbey. Potentially getting some track cuts. The last thing he needs is a drive-through. He's still only 30 seconds back from the top. And we didn't even finish up the Keyshawn Hall debacle.
No, I kind of noticed that. I was like, oh, Keyshawn ended up in front of Toth.
Wow. Unbelievable. Keyshawn, unbelievable haul. I don't know how he did it from almost last on the grid. Forgot to fill the car up with fuel at the beginning. That must have been his strategy, was to take a quality setup for the race, start with low fuel and pit out from the battles and just do his own thing, because it worked out. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Mr. Hall.
Oh yes, the USA DLC. I'm happy. Definitely, you know, Indy finally. I mean, this is an R Factor 2. It's got a new scan. We're finally coming to another game with a recent scan. Watkins Glen, a crowd favorite among many. Great track
right?
that.
Unbelievable.
And then the other one is, I can't remember what the other one is. I need to pull up the list again. I'm blanking on it. But
Nola?
No, not Nola. That was a recent track, and that's the only R Factor 2 is like so.
Oh, Coda track.
Coda, yes, I love Coda. Not a favorite.
But why didn't
many.
VIR make it?
And that's the only
Are they
thing I
waiting
can
for a
think
new
of.
scan after the rework?
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is Riza. They were the only group to own the VIR scan. They have it in AMS2. They have it in R Factor when they did their partnership with R Factor's little DLC bundle. They're kind of the only game besides Forza to have it. And Forza, I think, got it apart with the IMSA license. And iRacing has a really little scan of it.
Forza got in part with the IMSA license.
I was about to say they used to have the IMSA license a while back and kind of just did nothing with it other than get some tracks, nothing with cars. It's hilarious. It's like, oh yeah, we have the IMSA license. We'll give you Long Beach, you know, VIR, Laguna Seca, all these other tracks. You know, cool, great, whatever. Oh, but any recent prototypes, yeah, you're gonna have to go back to 2012 for that.
That's Williams off, and that's gonna throw him into the clutches of Bruner, I'm pretty sure.
No, I think Bruner's a little far back, but it's possible for him to catch.
Down to 15 seconds now, I believe. That's not nothing, and down to 10 almost.
And
Where's Bruner?
2 seconds a lap faster on that last lap, so we'll see how the pace between the two keeps up.
That was definitely a mistake for Taylor Williams. I think I said that right. My brain might be melting towards the end, and all the names and all the cars and all the action.
They're all merging into
now.
one.
Yep.
Just have
Everybody's
one giant
15
car.
seconds apart right now.
Big group of cars here. But yeah, the USA DLC definitely game for it.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Rumor has it there might be 4 or 5 tracks, not just the current 3 they've showcased, but who knows? It'd be nice if they snuck another one in there.
You mean for this DLC, or you mean
Yes.
just like in the pipeline?
This DLC itself. Because I believe this one's based on the 2021 year. I could be wrong, but I believe it's based on that, in which case that would be pull up the calendar. Yeah, Sonoma. Sebring might have been on that. VIR, yep.
Oh wait, and you're talking about GT America then? So
Yes.
I don't think Sebring's on there.
Let's see. Sonoma, Coda, VIR, Road America, Watkins
Yep.
Glen, Sebring, Indy.
Oh,
I think it's snuck on there.
so I don't as much. I mean, Sonoma's in my backyard. It's 45 minutes away from me. But as much as I love it and it is a home track, I highly doubt that ACC would invest the time to get that track scanned and published onto ACC. I feel like it's probably on the chopping block anyways. Why bother?
It's one of those just like not a lot of love given to that track. It feels like to me. It's got
As historic as it is, yeah, not a lot of love given for the GT cars.
Oh, Rusimov with the drive-through.
Oh, we thought that there was going to be impending penalties for him going wide a few times.
Not to say, track limits finally got him. Don't think that will. I don't think Shaw is close enough, or Williams is close enough. Gain from it, but it's there. And speaking of Bruner and Shaw, the gap is now closing this down to what was 12 seconds. I believe now it is. Wait for Bruner to cross the line. 11-2. So slowly gaining. 20 minutes left in the race, so there could be a battle in the final dying minutes of this race between these two.
Could be if we see some action from Williams as he's got the 13 behind. Or is that the 15? No, that's the 13 behind. Yeah, he's trying to make up another lap. Who was faster than Taylor Williams, who had a moment somewhere last lap around as the BMW gets close, but not close enough to make a move, but almost catches the 44 in the butt through Cops. Gets the better line through Maggots and Beckett's now. Is definitely going to try to make the move happen into Stowe. If he can keep it together through here. Oh my God, and that's hot, hot, hot. That number 13. Oh my goodness, you saw what I saw. Did you?
Did not, but you just reminded me of the guy from Polar Express. Based on the coming over, looking at the track map and seeing close again that these two are battling, not quite for position, but just on track battle. Still nice to see. Ooh, 13 sneaks his nose. He'll sneak his nose on the inside.
Inside, and of course we have.
Oh, the 88's off. Doing a lawn mowing in the Lamborghini. Yep, and some ad flipping.
Oh
So
my
it's the new job, ad flipping.
Ooh! Oh my God! As the
head-on
44 takes the nose right off. Takes the racing line at the 13. The auto cam was going absolute bonkers for me.
Yeah, the head-on shot. Not quite good depth of field showing.
Yeah, not quite the greatest depth of field. But gave us something exciting to talk about for a second, because that's Lozano off again.
I think he's just kind of mowing the grass. The entire sector 2 there.
There's
gap
a
now
racial
is
joke in there somewhere that we won't tiptoe across.
Oh, wow. The gap is now 8-5 between the two of Bruner and Williams. So these little battles with lap cars not helping them at all.
Man, it's Taylor Williams who's not willing to give Javier Fernandez an inch of track as he tries to go to the outside of Cops and oh my god on the rejoin. No.
There.
Just a little kiss to the wall for Fernandez.
A little bold move there. I mean, he probably would have had to given up the position if that was a battle for actual position due to the fact that he came off track to do the passes. The 88 is now in the pits. But, yeah, pretty good battle up until then. Very bold move there.
Yeah, I'd say so. Very bold to try to go around the outside of Cops. And like you said about the depth perception, maybe the 44, or excuse me, maybe the 13 thought that there was room there. And then Taylor came across, but he wasn't necessarily even alongside. So either way you cut it, didn't look like there was going to be the right way around to make that happen. But love to see these guys battling and throwing it all out there. Like you said, these guys weren't even battling for position, but I like to see the work that they're putting into this.
That was a great save by him as well. Just the whole
Little
off the
glance
track
of
somehow
direction.
kept it out of the wall. But yeah, I know he might have bounced off the wall, but the way he just sideways with it, able to keep the nose out.
Oh yeah.
Or the rear.
I still am just disgusted by Keyshawn right now. Has been driving
20-second
for
gap.
4 hours by himself. Unbelievable.
Gap closing fast as it's down to 7-7 between Bruner and Bauer.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I actually believe, I don't know how this completely missed my mind, probably because he isn't running under the GGM name, but one of the teams you're racing against in this last season of our Factor 2 competition in GEM, which is Global Endurance Modding is the group, the series is the Global Endurance Series. Basically a WEC style race, LMP1, LMP2 GTEs.
On
GGM Sim
R
Sport.
Factor 2, you said, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We did a full 24 hours Le Mans. I did not partake due to the fact that my Logitech decided to die. So I was stuck looking for a wheel for a little bit. But yeah, his team actually, TGM, or I guess the team he runs under, which way it falls, but he runs under their name, and he's actually doing one of the series over there as well. But that's where he's from. He did our TCR race the other night. Quite fun to race with him. Great guy.
Nice. As Taylor Williams and Javier Fernandez have found each other again on track. And let's see if we can have a different result.
Yeah. It's like two magnets just glued together.
Right? I've been saying that a lot tonight, but these two are repeating the same thing again. Hopefully with different results, we don't have to call this insanity.
Close.
Around the outside, trying for it through the little kink there, onto the inside. He gets it done, and does he have the drag? I think the Beamer is going to have the pony to get
They're
it
neck and neck.
done, but he has the inside of Brooklyn's, and can he hold on to the double inside of Lovefield? It is completed, but don't run wide there, brother. Oh. Nice.
Well, if you don't have any DLCs yet, Skull, right now, great time, till the 7th of July, sale, Steam Summer Sale. ACC's on sale, its DLC's on sale. Go have a good look around. A lot of decent packs around there.
Agreed. Definitely buy the packs while you can. And then obviously the new DLC is coming out soon, so make sure you save some money for that. Because even if you only have the GT3s and GT4s, I guarantee you a lot of the content coming out will be for the remainder of the summer will be GT3 racing at least on the new track combos for the next couple months. I see that happening regularly.
I had proposed the idea that we should run one of the new tracks, however it was shot down. I was like, fair enough. No, it's we did already decide on the calendar, you know.
Yeah.
That. So
Or
hopefully.
at least leaving it up for a vote, maybe, or no?
Oh yeah, that was kind of thrown in there as well. That's fair. But the I'm trying to think. We're doing a charity race. That's kind of our thing. Is on ACC we did the 12 hours of Imola, the 24 hours of Silverstone, but charity race, and I barely get 3 tracks with that. I think you get 2 actually. But yeah, we're hosting another one, and hopefully, I think depending on which of the 3 tracks you choose, I think we'll probably do new ones. Be interesting to see because they're not really suited. I mean, they're kind of suited, but for long endurance racing, it'd be interesting to do on Glen or on Imola or not Imola, Indy, and Coda might work well.
Yeah, Coda might work well. I think doing a 24 at Watkins would be very interesting, and if you did, I would almost demand that you guys did a mixed class as well, because that would just be crazy cool.
Yeah,
especially if it was a 24-hour. I would almost demand to see, you know, I want to see the GT3s and I want to see the FG Beamers out there at the same time.
Oh yes, because Mike actually, you know, resident New York, originally came from New York, now he lives in Ohio, but he used to marshal for Watkins Glen.
Oh no way.
That's what his name. His thing is actually WGI Station 6A. That was the marshal post he would usually sit at there.
Cool.
But no, it's funny he had mentioned that they had to, it's Taylor Williams' nice drift there through Stowe or Cops. It's a corner.
That's Stowe, yep.
Nice drift save. That's not gonna save him any time. Brunner gonna reel him in faster now. But Mike said that there used to be a 24 hours of Watkins Glen actually. I would assume probably something similar to Lemons or a regional SCCA series. I don't think it was anything big, but they did run a 24 hours of Watkins Glen at some point in time.
That's pretty cool. It's been a while since they've done any sort of endurance racing at Lagoons. That's something I wish I got to see in my lifetime, or for the time that I've been enjoying motorsports.
Yeah, IMSA does a little 2-hour, 40-minute race around there. IndyCar usually has their finale around there. The SRO actually, again, there's the IGTC DLC, which was basically Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Right.
Went to all endurances, you know, spread out throughout the year. 5 tracks: Kailami, Spa was already in the game, so it didn't count. Suzuka, Laguna Seca, and I feel like I'm missing one. Maybe I'm not. But it was 3. There are 4 or 5 rounds. I can't remember. Bathurst. That was it. And basically, you know, go to these different tracks, and boom. It was, you know, a little long. Like Bathurst was the first one at 12 hours. Then Kailami was a 9-hour. Laguna Seca was an 8-hour. Spa was 24. But yeah. They did have a GT race around there earlier, and then in recent times have been moved to Indy. It's the Indy 8 hours. But yeah.
Aha, as Rusumov, I think, is now coming in to serve that drive-through you talked about earlier. Or no, excuse me, no, that's got to be the fuel that he needs.
It's the emergency fuel probably. I think they already.
Fuel stop. Yep, because that drive-through has to have been served already. Let's see if he was witty enough to take out the tire for the pit stop and just go in, get the splash and dash for the 8 minutes he needs to keep going.
Missed the pit box at first. I had to roll forward again.
If Williams is going to be able to get this time back, can't tell what the gap is, but maybe it's so big that you don't have to worry about it. Oh, he's over a half lap back.
I'm about to say, I don't think he's close enough to even gain anything, but currently now a second and a half back is Bruner's slowly creeping up on Williams, and he's just chasing him down. He's hungry for fifth. As the 22 still sitting in the pit lane, actually.
Yeah, right? That's a long time to be sitting in the pits.
Unless they change tires, which is probable. There they go, and they're rolling again. I think they're out to just go for outright speed here at this point.
Maybe trying to go for the fastest lap, you think?
Maybe, I don't know, but it is close between the, funnily enough, 33s in here as well. But the 44 and the 98 are right there, and that's going to be an interesting battle between the 22 and the 98 due to the fact that they're right there. There's less than 10 minutes remaining in this race, so we will see what happens.
This is going to be the battle that we're going to stick with to the end of the race, and hopefully this stays as good as it has been. Closing speed has been steadily mounting. Will Bruner is now within a second of Taylor Williams in the 44 Audi. This is a battle of the German rings. We're not at Nordschleife. We're battling on the forefront of England. Oh, as it gets so close to Stowe. I love the way that Will Bruner is driving this car into Taylor Williams, threatening the inside line, intentionally knowing that he can't go for or won't go for the move.
Williams got a little loose there through club and kind of just parked it there on the apex, making sure that Bruner couldn't get through, making sure he's holding on to that position for as long as possible.
Yep, and I think that's what Will is kind of forcing Taylor into right now, forcing him to defend where he doesn't really need to. That's going to do is slow him down and force an error eventually. You get the driver ahead to start driving in his rear view to defend. That's where you can make big moves happen.
It's interesting to see the
and on the
might be making a
inside.
move here. Oh,
To
in the grass, and
curb
you
and
can't
on
do
the
that.
grass. No.
No, you can't do that. Same corner as earlier as well when he made the move on the 100 car.
I was gonna say that looked identical to something we had seen before, and the same resulting incident happening. It looks like braking a lot later and then just going for someone who is occupying the real estate he needed to occupy, and pulling over and giving the position back is Will Bruner on the straight, doing so safely and returning the established 1 second gap. Pulling a little Max Verstappen, I think, returning the gap but instantly getting the draft to suck it back into Magnussen Beckett's, and off goes the 44 of Taylor Williams, allowing Bruner to get past. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bruner just pulls over to the side here and we get a little, oh no, you sir, oh you sir.
Luckily there's no DRS in GT3 racing, otherwise we'd have bigger problems on our hands.
Oh yeah. As Keyshawn is watching and waiting behind, going, what the F are you guys doing? As the position is given back through Stowe. And we're back to where it all started, I think.
Yep, back at it again. See, deja vu. Not quite as loose through there, but not quite as close. We'll see what they run into Abbey looks like.
Bruner having the drag in the Abbey.
When he's close, you gotta dive out of the way there.
Oh, and under the curb, did he get a little bit of the grass? No, the 44 holding off the inside line of Village, and that's going to be the other guy, Bruner, having a good exit through Antry, maybe getting it done along the Wellington Straight again to Brooklands. Oh my God, this is a replica. Third time's the charm. Can we get it to happen on the outside now? William knows better.
He has better luck on the outside, I think, in terms of not hitting people. But so far so good. They've survived. Williams keeps the 5th place for now. Keyshawn just sneaking up behind him.
Yeah, Keyshawn having a great view of this battle, and hopefully he's just going to keep on watching and not interrupt what's going on. He's got no one around that he's fighting for position I'm aware of. Oh, excuse me, Ray. Oh, he's only 10 seconds back from Toth, though. So maybe he does want to get through these guys as he's got another lap or 2 remaining. Ooh, as Bauer touches the grass a little bit. I thought he was going to lose it there.
2:06.2. Keyshawn did a 2:03.5. There's 2.5 minutes remaining in the race. I don't think Keyshawn can catch unless something major happens.
Man, but anything can happen, and that's 3 seconds a lap difference side by side. But Keyshawn's looking at this battle and says he wants to get involved because this opportunity might be here, but no.
Yeah, 8.82 now. That gap. Don't think there'll be enough time. This will be the white flag for the leader. Alex Holt will be taking it after 118 laps. He will win. Surprise that DSQ happens, but unlikely. A dominant drive by the 200 car there. I think Bruner now is slowly pulling away at this point. I think he will take it.
But I wouldn't count your chickens too fast. I think that Taylor Williams is going to fight with every last breath he's got to the end to get this back cleanly. Any Rossi fan will know that you don't stop racing until the checkered flag is crossed your car or your bike.
See Keyshawn 2:04.4 on that last lap. Toth at 2:07.3.
He's definitely slow, being held up by the guys in front for sure.
I think if he had another lap or two, he might have gotten Toth.
I think Keyshawn is very much going to enjoy his third place podium spot.
For now, until the stewards look at the car. Find the ghost of Alish.
Find the ghost of Alish.
And we don't know how the penalties will fall. The steward team will review them post race as deep goes Williams there. Because obviously that last incident. Yeah, it's only like 4, I believe. It's the lap 1 incident, but also Bruner's 2 incidents, one from the few laps ago, and there was a 100 car. And from a while back, I think it was like lap 94, is Williams is taking an excursion on the inside tarmac there.
A super shortcut there. Going back and forth, and the 100 car is a lap down, so the 44 is just messing around at this point.
Yeah. As Hode has crossed the line to take the win, the fireworks going off in the distance.
Yeah, Alex. Actually, I'll let you do the procedural standards, since that has been your forte all race long.
So, Bruner gets a little loose there through the corner. Still able to hold on to it, though. As we'll wait, I think Toth is next up to cross the line here. His gap is actually falling down to 5-2 now between him and Keyshawn. But, yeah, Toth now crossed the line. A little run through of our race results at the moment.
Provisional race results, correct?
Yeah, provisional. Alex Hode and Matt Neal taking the win unofficially in their BMW DTM style. Next up, taking the podium is the 33 of Sandor Toth, and why can't, there you go, Lepot Welik, again, probably butchered that. Rounding off the podium for now, provisionally, Keyshawn Hall in 3rd place in the 26 Lamborghini. 4th place and the fastest lap goes to Rachanov in the 22 car.
With that
And
emergency pit stop, we must add.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly, and Rusimov as well. Followed up 5th place by Bruner in the 98. 6th place goes to William in the 44. 7th place, the 100 car of Bauer. Fernandez 13th. Lozano 88 car 9th. 10th place, the 14 car. We still have to count back. It's the 15 cars laps we got to count back. Then 11th place, we have, the 15 and 13. Okay, 15 and 13 cars will need figured out there.
Yeah, 15 and 13 will add together, yeah.
Yeah. So 10th place is the 14 car at the moment. 11th place is 63, and then rounding off the grid is the 12th placed 18 of Diaz. So thank you all for joining us. Yeah. Hopefully we see you guys all next month. Believe it is. Why am I blind? Here's info. There it is. Monza 6 hour, July 30th. 6 hours. Monza, the high speed ring. Go have fun. And I guess we'll see you guys then. I don't know if you have any closing words, but
Yeah, I'm just going to give the normal closing I normally do. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you very much for sticking it out. And I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you enjoyed the content. These guys are not full of shit when they say that they have a good racing group upon us. I think the racecraft, I think the race show that they put on is indicative of the quality of characters that you're going to run into. So I can't recommend these guys enough. And if you enjoyed this, please join us for Monza and all of the GRG stuff that they do, whether it's Race Room, R Factor 2, Assetto Corsa. These guys are chock full of events and weekly ideas. So please go ahead and join them and like, subscribe, all that good stuff I'm supposed to say. But other than that, this has been it for round 1 of the Summer Endurance Championship. We'll see you guys in a month's time on the 30th of June for the Monza 6 hours. And until then, everybody, stay safe and keep sim racing.